I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night, and after a bit of technical difficulties, we are live. It is 5:45 here. Welcome to the show. We are going to be live for a while, so thanks for joining us. It'll be a little bit before everyone gets on. I am in the process of sending out news that we are finally on. I promised people that we would be, and here we are. So, we get hooked up on our studio. Had lots of OBS and Streamer X technical glitches today, but worked through them, and I think we have some answers going forward. Turns out OBS only works in full screen, which is a bit surprising that is something that we have to do, but important to know. Since we know it, not a big deal. But until we knew that, that was a pretty big deal. So, figuring out if we are actually live. We are. There we are. Awesome. Everything is working. And definitely let me know if there's any problems with the audio, because seems like everything's working. Desert Sunset. Hello, Scott. Luke is here. Hola. Got the regular Thursday night crew getting on here. Very nice. And we got the good mic working again, actually working. Like, it stopped working again. We got it working again. I think I know what's going on, so. Getting myself a little bit hydrated. Just water today. How is everyone? Tony Liebrick, all good. All right, cool. You guys can hear. Very nice. And, all right, how's the week been? What's everybody got going on? Let me send out this announcement. Still haven't done that. Get the people on. Time for the Thursday Live. Gotta get on. Do 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 do. Pura vida, por supuesto. I've mostly had a good week. I think it's been decently good. Can't actually remember a lot of it as I'm getting up and running, but boy, seems like it's been an okay week. I've just been, I think I've just been here. Our car did get hit. I think a lot of you heard that we were hit by a big truck, which is lots of fun. That was a bit ridiculous. Turns out $4,000 worth of damage to our parked car. Like, they hit us hard. Like, that's pretty ridiculous. That is so much damage for no particular reason, just because they misgauged the turn and didn't slow down enough and just slammed into it. Luke says, studying my Spanish, my only mission left. Aha. Yeah, studying the Spanish is hard. RM, what's your thoughts on Paraguay? I find it very lacking in ocean. If you've been there, would you recommend a trip there? I've not been there. I've been very close on both sides because I have offices in Argentina and I have offices in Bolivia. So there's a lot of crossover, obviously. It's the connecting area between, hey, Dad, how you doing? So Paraguay fits into this kind of general space. Like, it's not going to be full of surprises. It is the poorer of the three, but Bolivia is not a rich country, so you're getting some of that from there. It doesn't have the big mountains like the other two, so it's going to be a little bit lower. Its only major city is Asuncion, so you are a little bit more limited in that way. It's kind of traditionally the hinterland between the two, which makes it in some ways kind of like Nicaragua, which was traditionally the hinterland between Panama and Costa Rica and the northern countries like Guatemala and Mexico. So there is similarities there. Paraguay has some claims to fame, very low cost of living, relatively boring place. Like, that's just sadly part of it. Low population in general, low population density, no ocean, middle of the continent, and very safe, like super safe. And it's in the middle of a safe area, right? Almost everyone at borders is really safe. Of course, Brazil is not. And often if you live in Paraguay, you do a lot with Brazil. But I almost went to Paraguay. We were going to drive there from Bolivia, one of my favorite places, but did not get a chance to pull it off. Oh, excuse me, it's too early for me to be yawning. What's going on? No. I think that people who are interested in Nicaragua from a lot, so there's a lot of people who don't find Paraguay to be a good partner with Nicaragua as far as like a short list, depending on what it is that your driving factors. But if your driving factors are safety, off the beaten path, low cost of living, Spanish, but you don't have any particular, especially now, like I say, expats shouldn't do this, but it doesn't mean they don't do this. So understand that. You shouldn't be, as an expat, picking your country based on its politics. Doesn't make sense, right? That's a very foolish game to play because, one, they change. Two, it's not your politics. What difference does it make? But Paraguay and Nicaragua traditionally have polar opposite politics. So expats who are politically motivated in a international way, which is a bad thing, no matter what direction you are, then they're oil and water. But if you're looking at factors like, I love country living, I want to be able to afford a quinta, I don't care if I have a big city, I just want a nice place where I can get, 5 acres of land and actually afford it, and I want to live off grid, or, there's other scenarios, right? I'm not saying that both that's almost no one I know in Nicaragua does that. I'm just saying these are some big similarity areas where you'd be like, wow, these two are exactly your two countries to look at, right? So Paraguay, under certain circumstances, is a very common pick for people who are also picking Nicaragua. The biggest, difference that's gonna hit you. Obviously, Central American and South American cultures are quite different, like you notice a bit, but obviously the flight differences. Doesn't matter where you're coming from, these are places that connect differently, right? So if you're coming from the US or Canada and you're looking at Nicaragua, a major factor is it's super close. If you are looking at those countries in Paraguay, it's like, oh, not only is it far, there's no direct flights. So where are you going to hop through? Santa Cruz de las Sierras, you got to have $160 visa to cross through there. Are you going to cross through Sao Paulo? Completely doable, but that's a bit much. Lima is probably your easiest thing. Bogota, probably doable. But you've got to do extra hops. You got to have South American hubs to get you to Asuncion. And if you don't live in Asuncion, same deal in Nicaragua, right? But Paraguay is physically larger, and I think a lot more people tend to live outside Asuncion. Nicaragua gets a fair number of people decently close to the core. I think Paraguay gets an awful lot of people who are like, 10 hours from the core, that's fine, right? Just part of the lifestyle, and then suddenly, boy, it's far to everything. So I think you'll find there's going to be aspects culturally that are quite different, but I think you'll find a lot of the check boxes are the same. So totally logical RM for someone who is considering one to consider the other, for sure. Just like we get Nicaragua and Guatemala, that's a different overlap. It's different factors, but those are often shortlisted together, just like us and Paraguay are shortlisted together, and then in other circumstances, us and Bolivia are shortlisted together. It depends what you're looking for. Luke says, watched a car accident between two pickups 2 hours ago. Truck one tried to pass with a 3-foot clearance, hit the curb, and tokoed his front wheel. Oh no. Matt Michael says, my girlfriend and I just came back from Panama. We spent 8 nights in the highland area of Caldera, southeast of Bogotá. I have a retirement of $2,100 a month at 40 years old. I'm coming to Nicaragua in a few months. Awesome, Matt. That's great to hear. That is very similar to my own journey when I was first looking at Latin America. Not my first looking abroad. We did a bit of that, and then when we came to Latin America, we started in Panama. Loved it, and that's what led us. Everybody's heard this story, right? Led us to Nicaragua was when we left Panama for work reasons. Was we were so happy with Panama and had no particular. I just want to be clear, I love Costa Rica, but I love it as a tourist destination. I don't want to live in a tourist destination. I don't want to live in Disney World, but it's okay to visit. And trust me, when I was younger, I did want to live in Disney World. Now I know I was an idiot. I also thought I'd like to live in San Francisco. No. That was actually my job offer. They told me I had to move to San Francisco, and I said, I don't. And I moved to Nicaragua. That was the actual conversation. They're like, we've decided you have to move to Nicaragua to San Francisco. And I'm like, I've decided I don't need to work for you. And then we moved to Grenada. So we absolutely loved Panama. When we were done, we were like, we want to explore the region more. What's the next thing that isn't Costa Rica? Nicaragua. My wife and I were like, oh, we were always interested in Nicaragua. It just never bubbled up to the top of our list. And so it's the next thing. Let's see what you find. And my wife found this beautiful house. We just rented it, gave it a try, and ended up falling in love with Nicaragua. Had never intended this to be a top pick destination for us. Panama was like, maybe Panama's going to work, right? And it easily could have. If we didn't discover Nicaragua, we would have been happy in Panama for sure. I'd still be happy in Panama. It's a beautiful country. It's absolutely lovely. I was there last year, like in 2020, like late, so far less than a year ago. And it's so nice. I love the restaurants. I love so much of the culture. I love the big city. I love the look of the city. There's so many things that I love about being in Panama. But I can get there by bus if I need to. Right, it's not that far away, and I have friends there, so it's like I can go down, stay with friends, take a bus. It's really not that bad. So there's like this cool Panama life not too far away. But I prefer to live here and have that as something I can get to rather than living there and then visiting here. I think Panama's got more of a visitor destination, and Nicaragua just. Sure, yeah, come here on vacation. But I think that Nicaragua skews more towards being a livable place rather than a tourist place, which is probably something I should do a video on, right? Like, I lived in Dallas, Texas for a long time, and Dallas is a horrible place to take a vacation. Like, it's absolutely terrible. But as a place to actually live, it was pretty fantastic, right? That was of the southern U.S. especially, getting away from the snow. It was hard to beat Dallas. Decently safe, lots of great neighborhoods, lots of affordable areas, and we were quite happy with it as our pick. Like we think we did a good job. We had almost moved to Austin and then realized that was a tourist trap, right? You felt when you were there for a long weekend like, wow, I could live here, and then when you actually spend a week or two there, you're like, oh no, it wears on you. You can't live that weekend vacation lifestyle weeks at a time. Like, it's just exhausting. So ended up being that Dallas was a much better pick for us. We got 18 people on. We're doing pretty well. The chart is like, woo, we got people just hopping on. So Matt says, I'm checking both out to decide which we want to retire in the next 1.5 years. The nice thing is that Nicaragua is far easier for retirement. That part, obviously, big bonus there. Panama had much better airport. Now, I didn't... So where I lived was Rio Hato in the south, which was pretty cool. We were right on the water, on high-rises. Really liked the area. I think we lucked out. It was a very unique experience for us, that it's an area you would equate with being an expat enclave, and it kind of was, but the expats were Costa Rican, not North American. So we were surrounded by ticas and upper income Panamanians who had weekend places out on the ocean. We were far enough out that it was like not casual, but close enough that you could still live in the city. It was a cool combination of things, but very few restaurants out where we lived. That really hit us. Doing anything required just heading out to nowhere. Right? It was lacked something in that regards. Had it had a lot more restaurants, we may have never left. Right? It would have been so good, but lacking those things was very noticeable. RM, when you're heading down, I would recommend if you're looking at Paraguay, and I'm guessing at your reasons for looking at Paraguay, but if you're looking at the region, I would recommend checking out Bolivia. Absolutely fantastic, love it so much. I could very easily live in Bolivia, and there are practicalities that keep me from considering it. Difficulty in getting residency and cost of some complicated things would make actually trying to make it my home rather difficult. Whereas visiting, it's fantastic and no problem at all. I'm trying to look at where my house was in. There's Corona. Okay. It's been a while since I looked at the house, and so much has changed. Okay, there's that. Yeah, that has to be. There we are. Wow, it has really grown up since we were there. Holy cow. So much bigger. And I feel like they really changed some things. Added a bunch of lakes, but I think they took some away. I've been away too long. I don't even know. Oh, no, there we are. There we are. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, they've built a lot. Wow. To the point where I couldn't even identify where we were. There's our old apartment building. Wow, so cool. It's called the Founders. Boy, I bet those are expensive now. They're quite affordable when we lived there. That was a neat area. Really neat. I'm going to send pictures. Oh my gosh, those are old pictures. There's something about the Panamanian Pacific coast. The feeling of it is so different than the Nicaraguan Pacific coast. It's the same coast, obviously. But something about being in Panama was so different. Oh my gosh. So this place, so this is a picture from 2023. I lived in Panama in 2015. This feels like a lower floor, but this view could have been my living room. Like, this is my exact view. For those who are, oh, it doesn't let me send it. No. Hate that. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Hold on. How do I share? Oh, there we go. I don't know why they make it. Let me tell you, tell me, that's what I'm trying to say. Tell me if this gives you a view of a living room. How's Marcela doing after what is hopefully her last treatment? So I actually have not heard from her since her last treatment. I did send her a link to the show, but she has not seen it yet. I don't know. I haven't seen her respond. She has not read my messages since the last one was 1 a.m. Discussing upcoming plans for filming, and then nothing yet today. So she has, I don't know if her phone's not working. I don't know if she's tied up at the hospital. I know nothing. But so today was her final, if all went well, radiation. She did her chemotherapy from January through July, and then late July through all of August, and to today is her radiation, and today should have been her last. And they did get the second machine fixed, so there shouldn't have been any realistic problems for her being able to wrap that up. Tony says yes. So, and De Fortune says bonjour du Quebec. Bonjour. So that picture, that could have been my living room. That is exactly the layout, exactly the place. I used to sit out those big doors leading out onto a balcony because it was a high rise. That's the Pacific Ocean right there that you're looking at. It was so flat. out by the water, it was so nice. Just this completely flat area near the water, and this beautiful modern high rise, which now is that's 10 years ago that I was there. So it's a bit older now, but from these pictures, it looks about the same. It was beautiful modern apartments in a high rise. I would sit out on the balcony and just sweat and drink Rattlers all day. And the kids would hang out and watch TV and play video games. And had a lot of swimming pools that they loved to go use. And it was just such a beautiful area. But it definitely lacked some things like restaurants and activities. You had to drive quite some distance to get to anything. And I don't know if it was just things hadn't been built yet. Like, probably now there's stuff. But looking at these pictures of like fields and empty space and the mountains in the distance, some of these are 2025, right? These look exactly like they looked when we were there. That's pretty cool. So yeah, but that's the part of Panama I was in, and highly recommended. Like, it was wonderful. And I did like being west of the city, but that drive was pretty long. So if you're like, oh, I feel like going into the city, you're like, you really got to get in the car and go. It's not exactly around the corner, but I love the city. It's such a beautiful city. It's not Guatemala City, right? I don't want to live in it like I want to live in Guatemala, but Panama City is really awesome. So, and I need to get down there. I'm really hoping that I get a chance to do a bit of Panama filming coming up now that things are hopefully getting a bunch of stuff under control, and like my health is good again, and hopefully Marcela's okay, and Luke mentioned doing some filming. As I'm zooming around at maps, everything is so different from when I lived there. It's changed so much. I have to take Marcela to Costa Rica for her test, but I think that's in about a month. So when we do that, hopefully going to film her getting to see Costa Rica for the first time. So there's a whole bunch of things she's never seen, right? She's never seen Indian food. Never seen a city bigger than Managua. Never seen a cold city, right? San Jose is colder than anything she's ever been to. It's not cold, but it's colder than anything she's ever witnessed. She's never seen another country. She's never seen the border. She's never gone through a border. Never had to use a passport. Never had a passport. Just all kinds of stuff, right? It just adds up. It's like, wow, first time in a new country when you're coming from a place like Nicaragua is really something, right? Because, Managua's a real city, but it doesn't feel like, we describe all the time how it's not like a real city. It's like a collection of villages. Well, imagine being a Nicaraguan who's never left the country, and that's your big city. And then, you're comparing it to LEòN, Matagalpa. Sure, you see big cities on TV and stuff, but to actually go to one is like, it's so different. In San Jose, I'm sorry, really feels like a real city. It is. It's almost twice the size of Managua, and much more dense, and has high rises and big neighborhoods, and it's just very different. Patricia says, "Hola, y'all." Hey, Patricia. So that'll be really cool to take her and to see her reaction to the whole experience of being in a new country. And she's never gotten to ride a bus for that long, right? There's nowhere in Nicaragua that takes that long. So that'll be new. She's been in the mountains before, but not a ton. Jillian is here. Hey, Jillian. GG. So it should be a really cool trip, and coming up in a few weeks. So yeah, and I have not done Costa Rica on the show in some time. Paul, my business partner, is actually in San Jose right now, just hanging out. Because why not? Another country right around the corner. I think before I do Costa Rica again on my own, I will head to Panama. Just it's needs to be done. It's such a long trip, but I think filming the bus from Managua to PTY would be interesting, and people will be like, okay, that's stupid, but cool. I'm glad you did it. I'm glad it's not me. Would be really neat. Are you taking a bus to San Jose? Yes, I will be taking the bus for sure. Paul flies, I take the bus. It's, for me, coming from LEòN, I find it very hard to justify the flight because so the bus is about 12 hours, but it picks me up around the corner, and the flight is fast. It could be 5 minutes. It's not. It's like an hour, but it's not long at all. And but you have to get to the airport ahead of time. We got to drive hours to the airport. I got to find someone to take me to the airport. I got to wait in the airport. That's 4 or 5 hours added up, right? Realistically 5, then the flight down. So we're up to 6 hours. Well, the bus is like, I don't know, $65, maybe $80. The flight's like $190. So, I mean, it's not a huge deal. It does save, but let's be clear, I'm saving $100 to save 6 hours. But I'm already traveling all day. I'll just take the bus. And the bus takes me downtown. The flight only takes me to the airport. Now, if my goal is to go to the airport, right, like I'm flying in to fly out, okay, makes a little bit more sense to maybe fly. But the bus takes me to the airport too. So I find it very difficult to justify paying for the flight. I can see why you would. I can come up with scenarios where I would pay for the flight, but generally I take the bus. And especially if you have multiple people, then the bus just gets that much easier because you're hanging out on the bus, you're napping on the bus, and that's the other thing is all the time that you're doing the flight, it's I got to get up, I got to get in the car and do all that stuff the same either way. And then once you leave the house, one is I just get on a bus. I'm done. Right? That's it. That's my day. I put my head up against the window and go, for 6 hours, we get to Pinas Blancas, where cross the border, do the little thing in the middle of the day, stand up, shake around, get back on the bus, all the way. Now we do stopping at dinner, right? And it's a good dinner. I enjoy it. And then you get to San Jose. And yeah, it's long, but I got to nap nearly the whole way. I got to chill, and it's a bus. I can take heavy things. I got space. I don't have to worry about all the luggage restrictions. It's just so easy. So that's my thing is the time. So many people are just, I don't know, they just hate buses, but I can't figure out why. The bus is more comfortable than the plane. It's way more time, so I get that, but I don't want to sit in the airport. I don't want to drive to Managua. None of that is fun, so I might as well be on the bus in a big comfy seat with nothing to do if I'm going to do that. And because I've done it, I know exactly where it goes. I mean, I know where the plane goes to, but so we do need a bloody train. GG is correct, but yeah, the bus is really easy. And it's one of those things, like it's much more Central American to take the bus, right? So it's a little bit more of the experience. Like I have friends who run hotels in the area, and I'll get on the bus and I'll be like, oh, I got friends on the bus, It never happens on the flight, right? People I know don't take flights, but different lifestyle. And I've done the bus to Guatemala, same thing. If I could get a direct flight, it's really good. It's 45 minutes, but you can't. And so without being able to get a flight, you might as well do the bus. Once you're doing a bunch of hopping around, in fact, under certain conditions, the bus is faster, depending. Now, if you under those conditions, the alternative is, well, you get a bunch of time in Panama. But the last time I did it, I was in Panama for 10 hours. Yeah, I got 2-3 hours with a friend in Panama hanging out, and we had a good time, but I still had like 7 hours of sitting in the airport with nothing to do. And the temptation is, so you're sitting in the airport and all you can do is stare at the wall, and there's nothing comfortable unless you're buying food and drink. So then I end up eating too much, drinking too much, and at a Panamanian airport where everything is US prices, it hurts, right? So I dropped $200-$300 on food and drink at Panama airport, and suddenly the cost is just outrageous. And it's like, oh, that bus would have been $70 all the way to Guatemala. Without this giant layover, I would arrive earlier or about the same and have spent a lot less. Desert says you have to have a return bus ticket to clear Costa Rican customs. Yes, you always have to have a return ticket. The only times that you may not, I don't know, is if you have a car. Like, how would you have a return ticket? It's on a car. And if you walk over, as far as I know, someone has reported that they needed a return ticket, but it makes no sense because you're on foot. So I don't know. But if you're in some kind of transportation, then you are going to need to have that or some kind of transportation back. They don't care if you have a bus ticket back or a plane ticket back or what. They just want you to have something. And it doesn't have to be back to where you came from. It just has to be out of Costa Rica, right? So you've got to ticket in. So, for example, if I'm going to go to Panama, I just have a ticket into Costa Rica that goes out to Panama. They're happy with that, right? So it's very, very simple. So not bad. And the way that you do bus tickets under normal circumstances is you buy a round trip ticket, right? It's like I'm going to go down there with Marcela. It's not like we're planning on going one way to Costa Rica. We need to get back. So it's really not about, it's not really a big deal that I have a return ticket. If I was in a weird situation where I had a bus in, I was going to stay indefinitely, I needed to have a ticket back, and I just had to prove it, I would get one of those temporary ticket services or whatever and just be like, yep, here you go, cost a couple bucks, and just be done with it that way. Hard to imagine what that scenario would be, but it's easy to deal with if it comes up. Looks so about that jellyfin episode. Yes, I know. It's sitting on my desktop halfway done. Jillian says, I'm in foot and every time. Oh, she goes in on foot. And every time I have to buy a return bus ticket for $20, they ask for it on my border run. I bet you could get a return flight for cheaper. Unless you're using the bus ticket. Then no big deal. I have done it on foot and it did not cause a problem. I did it with the kids. But I only did it once because remember, I didn't have to do border runs. And it was easy. And they didn't give us any return ticket headaches, to the best of my knowledge. I think I would remember having to buy a bunch of tickets. Because that's what it would be. It would have been 3. Because whatever it was, my wife didn't have to go. She had been in the States or something. And so it's just me and the kids. I can't remember what happened that scenario came up, but that was my only border run. We've done so few border runs that it's like we never had to do a full border run as a family with all the years we were here. Penis Blancos really a return flight for under $20? Yes, I think most return flights are 10. 10 or 15. It's not going to save you a lot, right? You're only talking about $20, but I think it's cheaper. Anybody know? I know there's a couple different services, but I swear the amount that people are paying is less than 20. Anyone? I feel like Luke would know. Luke always knows. But he doesn't have to do border runs. He's a resident, so he's like always a resident. You can't even give it away as is your passport number on it. Oh, the bus ticket. Yeah. Interesting. Janice says, one time when I was crossing the border, the guy in Costa Rica asked how long I was going to be in Costa Rica. I said something like an hour maybe or less. He looked shocked, but he didn't ask to see proof. It's weird that they, like, tons of people do that, hairpin. But it is true that the number of tourists crossing the border versus the number of expats is pretty high. Like, it must be, but there has to be people doing their border run every day. Like, I don't know. Seems crazy to me that there isn't. But when you run the numbers, and there's only 7,500 of us, right? That means a total of 20 people per day would account for the entire population of expats in the country doing a border run. And then to say, well, it's all through this one border, and they all have to do border runs, right? Of that 7,500, how many have residency? A lot, right? Many thousand of them. So the actual potential number of people, there must be fewer than one person per day doing, is that right? Yeah, there could be as little as like one family per day doing border runs, and then by the time you say just this one land border, because tons of people doing the border runs do them by plane, or one or two do them in Belize and Mexico. So I guess I can kind of see it. Larry's here. Your biggest fan is watching. May. Hello. How's it going over there, guys? They're grilling. Grilling in LEòN. Tim says it probably depends on who is at the border that day. Oh, for sure. And sometimes you go to the border and it's hundreds of people in line. And when you think about, like, on average, there can only be 1 to 10 expats crossing for border runs. I guess, when you break it all down, yeah, it is. There, you could easily go several days without a single person, and then there's only, if my family goes and there's 10, in a single day, there's probably 20 border guards working the booths. That means only 1 out of 20 sees someone on that day. I guess. I'm having one of those days where if you notice me fidgeting, I'm acutely aware of that I snapped the tendon off in my one toe when I broke it in 2022. And it doesn't hurt in a pain way. It grosses me out that if I put any pressure down, the one toe is just this loose thing. And, it just bothers me so much. And under normal circumstances, I push with my feet on the ground all the time. It's just a thing I do. And my left foot is normal, and it pushes and it feels good. And the right one, as soon as I put pressure down, this one toe just goes out because it's dead, which is weird because it's also, actually, maybe it's long been dead. It's the same one that I snapped the nerves off when I was 16. I've done so much to that foot. It's been a rough life for my feet. Luke says, tomorrow after my class, it's NVO's Fast Track Delivery Day. Awesome. Getting anything fun? And is it being shipped to you up there, or are you running down to Managua to get it? Tim says, at Piñas Blancas, there's a place to park your car so you can walk into Costa Rica and then come back. Yes, which is what I've done. The one time that I did a border run, that's how I did it, and super easy. We've parked there to walk over several times, but it's always been like going over to meet a taxi or something. Marcela's still not online, so I'm asking her mother what's going on. She's answering me, so hopefully we're getting an update. It's 6:30, so I can't imagine that she's still at radiation, but it's possible. Luke says, bed topper, sheets, kitchen stuff, new SSD card, and enclosure. Oh, I need a new computer. Ugh. 52 pounds delivered to the apartment. 52 pounds. $12 from Managua to Matagalpa. Grand total, 7,000 cord. Tim says, I'm going to get a 30-day extension next week in Esteli. Good luck. Always fun doing that. What was that? Okay, so we just got some news. Let me see. Se fue sin su celular hasta... She forgot her phone. Okay, so that's why we haven't heard anything. She doesn't have her phone. Her son has her phone. And her mother is going to take it to her, so hopefully we'll get some news after that. How she leaves the house without a phone, I have no idea. But Jillian says, yes, a parking lot in view of police where the taxis and buses hang out. Luke says, Moog Since will be here early October. Oh, cool. Very nice. I have, I feel like I'm going to say so. Oh, today is September 4th, which means it is, for those very few gamers out there, it is Hollow Knight 2 Day. Silk Song or whatever it is came out early this morning. We went to bed last night and GOG.com had the countdown timer to the release of the game. And for those of you who live in the United States, it's $20. But for those of us who live in Nicaragua, it was $6.99. And so my daughter popped into my office first thing this morning and is like, good morning. And I'm like, good morning. You're up awfully. Oh, it's Hollow Knight Day. So I hopped immediately on GOG and I'm like, it's $7. And she's like, yes. And so she got it. And so she has been in the room right there playing Hollow Knight all day. She's been playing like all week. Oh. She is home. And she has her son's phone. Her phone is with her mother, who is not home. So... all right, we're finding out. You'd think that she would be able to tell us how things are going. She doesn't need me to ask her son, because her son talks to me about video games. He'll like call me and be like, hey, I want to play this game or that game or know something. And his English is coming along really well, which is cool. So my youngest, my eldest has been playing Hollow Knight for days. Loves that game. She's been waiting for forever for the second one to come out. Like 6 years she's been waiting. So she's binging that. Like, we're not going to see her for days. My youngest has been wanting this game that ended up being on sale. Worked out perfectly yesterday or the day before. So I got that for her. So both of them have a game that they want to just be sucked into and do stuff. So that's nice. It's they're still so excited about game drops and stuff after so much time. They're so cute about that. We did last night start playing together Nancy Drew #1, which is like 1997, 1998. I'll have to look that up. And we've played them all, but not in order. And we just completed the 34th out of 34. And so we started playing them. I bought them, most of them, in 2015 in Nicaragua. We didn't start playing them in any way at all until 2017. So it took about 2 years that we owned them before the girls were old enough. And then only my eldest played the first one with me. But not not #1, just the first one that we played together. And then right towards the end of it, my youngest was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. And then my eldest was like, this was so much fun to play together. And then we did the next one, and my youngest kind of joined us. So my youngest, who's only 14, has been playing this since she was 6 years old, and my eldest since she was 8 years old. We just always played Nancy Drew games together. And so once we finished it, they were like, well, I think we have to start the series over again. So we're playing them again after it took us 8 years to get through them the first time. But it's just a thing that we've always done, so it's very cool. So the first one came out in 98, November 5th, 1998. Secrets Can Kill. Which I need to find some screenshots of, because apparently the original version was pretty weird. We have the remastered version, which is a bit improved graphics. Same story and stuff. Oh, I see. Oh my gosh, those original graphics were... Ouch. That was rough. Wow, no wonder they updated it. My dad says Aunt Gail lost her phone while visiting. Thought she lost it at the Lumberyard. That's a restaurant. But actually, it was in my sofa. Boy, was she in a panic for several hours. I bet. Vince is here. He says, hey, Scott. Luke says, 14th of September, San Jacinto Day. Watch the film Walker, starring Ed Harris, if you really want to laugh at the former U.S. invader. Gigi says, teenagers disappearing for days. Where were these games when I needed a break? You can still play them, Gigi. You just jump into Nancy Drew and enjoy yourself. Or Hollow Knight. Lisa will show you the game. Luke says 15th of September, Independence Day, 1821. In Matagalpa, the 27th and the 28th is the September Festivals of Corn. I did that. I did videos on the Corn Festival long ago. It was a cool festival. It was kind of neat. Oh my gosh. These old graphics are just so hilarious. Wow, I have no good way to share them with you. Well, I kind of do. Hold on. Oh, I don't think they're really... Oh, no. For anyone who wants to see what I'm laughing at, it's this. You don't need to go watch this right now. It's just funny old Nancy Drew graphics that are completely ridiculous. They only look like that for one game, and then they wiped it from history and remade it so it didn't look like that. And I'm like, why would they... Now that I've seen it, I'm like, oh... All right. Now I'm distracted. Brian Watson's here, multitasking, watching season opener season opener must be NFL. Rowdy Mobile Home Services. You have a long name. Hey Scott, happy Thursday live. Where's the rooster hat? It's out in the table in the other room. I don't wear a hat. So when I wore hats during the live, people complained that it was like I'm indoors and I don't need it. And so I finally gave up. And it's weird not to have a hat. I'm like... So what does everybody think? Everybody okay with not doing double videos on Thursday? Are we all going to survive this incredible change? I can't believe that it took me a year and a half of doing the lives to realize that we were doing this every time. And it's like, this is a lot of work putting out an extra video on a day when I'm already doing a really long video. Like... that might be a bit much. I may be burning myself out. Doing a video every day is hard. Doing one every day plus a second live, and we did a live on Monday too. It was a short one, but it was almost 30 minutes, or maybe it was more, with Jillian. And for those who watched the short live on Monday, that was Jillian who was on here, whose Casa Esmeralda we were at, and she was the one on the video. Leo says yes. Luke says you are closing the Department of Redundancy department. Brian says yes. Cowgirls versus Eagles. Enjoy the game. I know that Larry is trying to watch it and trying to figure out where you can gamble on NFL here in Nicaragua, which is apparently a bit of a challenge. Not as easy as you might think. We do have a lot of places where you can do gambling, but American sports are apparently not well known. So that's something I wouldn't be aware of. Oh my gosh, why am I yawning? This is my chance to relax. I spend all week just working really hard, and Thursday nights are my time to like chill, and my body knows it, and my whole body's like, you're just relaxing and stuff. That's why I like to have a soda or something, and there was no beer in the fridge, but there is an apple pie, so that's what I'm doing after the show. There's no beer in the fridge. I didn't get a chance to grab a soda because that was all broken, or the computer was having problems as I tried to start up, and so I was racing around and couldn't do anything. So just one of those days. But overall things are good. Not complaining. So what do you guys got going on this weekend? Anything big? Mark M. runs the sports book in Managua. Oh, yeah. I bet he does. I don't know why that never occurred to me. Oh. Oh my gosh. Eagles lost 2 players after the first play of the game. Oh, wow. Tim says, I tried to buy a Powerball ticket and it would not let me. You tried to buy a U.S. Powerball ticket or a local thing that we're calling a Powerball ticket? I'm asking Mark about that. Oh yeah, what do you guys got going on this weekend? I think I'm just home this weekend. Doing dinner tomorrow with my friend from high school here in LEòN. So I'm not going anywhere. I think I'm just home hanging with the kids this weekend. Which is really, that's all I want to do. Tim says, online in Illinois and Indiana, it's over $1 billion. That is crazy. Crazy. Did you try with a VPN? I can imagine they put in some amount of effort to blocking it, not just casually blocking it, but there's always a way. But your odds are probably better with the Nicaragua lottery, so, you know, just buy local. Support the lotto. Oh, no VPN. Yeah. I bet if you have a VPN, it would probably work, or if you have a remote computer there, obviously it would work. If you can buy them online. I never tried to buy, I've never, not aware you could buy lotto tickets, Powerball tickets online, so that's news to me. Not my, not a gambler, so a lot of that stuff is like, I never think about it. Trying to think of what I have going on this weekend. I really don't know. Oh, a lot of people are, oh my gosh. I'm going to go get a soda here in just a minute. Like, I've got a tiny bit of water left. Once that's gone, I'm going to go get some caffeine because we're going to do this. But a lot of people were worried. My daughter, as you know, went to the clinic, 2 months ago? Because of her incredibly low iron. Her iron is now reporting very, very good. She's had a number of infusions. She now has very high iron levels, which is good. So that's going very well. Brian says, I think Texas Powerball is up to $999 million. I think from a billboard, that would probably, I think there's only one Powerball. That with the actual name. Luke says, Gleam retail contest won't allow me to be in contest with or without a VPN. Really wanted to win several $5,000 synths. Yeah, if they're trying to detect a VPN, either doing your own VPN will normally work, or because they're detecting the VPN service, not the VPN itself, or just put this is the thing, if you have any connection at all, put a small computer in the U.S. and then remote into it, and then you are in the U.S., you're not actually doing it. Elsewhere, Rowdy Mobile Home Service. Is it safe to live in Puerto Cabeza? Just wondering. So, very importantly, I don't know a single soul that could answer that firsthand. I have somebody in my ecosystem, and I do not remember who has like a cousin that lives there. I think I know who it is. Here, I'll I'll send a message since you're asking. No promises I'll get a response during the show. So while I'm asking, what's your reason for asking? So first of all, are you referring to the hurricanes? Then no, it is not safe to live in Bilwi. That's the real name of Puerto Cabeza. Are you asking from a crime perspective? So all of Nicaragua is safe. Bilwi and Bluefields are going to be your highest crime rates, but highest in a really safe country is not a big deal. Are you pushing hard to be like the absolute safest you could possibly be? Then no, those are not the places to go. Are you looking at still being safer than the majority of the U.S., but much closer to the U.S. than not? Then that's kind of what they are, right? So unless you're like extremely concerned about safety, it's fine, right? It's a reasonable size settlement. I guess people call it a city. That would be a stretch. It's one of the two major things on the East Coast. It's a port. It has a highway. If someone said we were going out to Puerto Cabeza for the weekend, it would never occur to me to think of it in terms of safety. Like, we don't think there's nothing in the country where that happens. So under normal circumstances, yeah, you're completely fine from that respect. But hurricanes are a real risk, of course. But the interesting question is, why? In all my years here, only about 2 or 3 people have ever said, hey, what's this Puerto Cabeza thing? And not one person has ever said, I decided to even so much as spend a weekend there, let alone actually settle there. Now, I would love to drive out there and hang out and film. Like, yes, that would be fantastic. But, yeah, Luke describes exactly why you wouldn't want to be there, right? The safe and affordable version of Belize. So Belize is super dangerous, so obviously that's negative. And it's super expensive, so that's a big negative. But beyond that, as someone who works in Belize, it's not like I sit around going, boy, I wish I was in Belize more often, right? Even though when I'm there for work, everything's paid for, so I don't, and people drive me everywhere with escorts. So it's pretty safe and affordable for me when I'm in Belize. That brings me exactly back to and why would you want to do that to yourself? Intentionally. When I was in Belize, my drivers are like, Bluefields is just the exact same thing that Luke said. They consider that the improved Belize option. It feels the same, looks the same, but it's far safer, far cheaper. I was just wondering. I mean, safety's not the issue. That you're crazy going out there, that might be the issue. Like, it's just, it's an incredibly poor area with very few resources that is extremely far from everything. So it's very, very remote in a country where it's easy to be remote, right? Like, you don't need to go that far to be very, very remote. I'm looking for somewhere where I can buy a little farmland and live like off the grate style, but with electric. Did you mean off the grid? Or is there like a phrase off the grate that I don't know? So farmland, it's not a farming area. Can you farm there? Probably. But it's not an area where you would generally be looking to farm because it's low-lying coastal salt marsh. I would also like to open up a business, then that rules that out. Like some type of farming business, like growing coffee or fruits or whatever thing. So the problem there is that if you do grow something, like, how are you going to get it anywhere? The distance to ship things back is so far. So keep in mind that area is primarily jungle. It would be a little bit like if you were looking at Brazil and you said, so I saw this little village in the Amazon, right? Except the Amazon probably wouldn't be safe. Other than that aspect, and being like, I saw this little place in the Amazon. I'm interested in farming, and we'd be like, farming in the Amazon? That's weird. That's what that sounds like to the Nicaraguans. That's what we're all hearing, is this desire to farm in the Amazon. Trying to find the new road. There it is. I need to drive up to Matagalpa and grab Luke, and we need to do a road trip to Bilwi and film the whole thing and do a dual YouTube show of the longest, most boring trip in Nicaragua. It's so for those who have not seen it. Oh, I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I'm just gonna go on YouTube and drop this on you guys because that's how I roll. Oh, I typed in like 5 letters and it came up instantly. All right. Oh. Yes, this is it. So, Rowdy, this video, which, funny enough, I watched, I don't know, just before moving here. This is the video of the Bilwi Road. This is the road to Puerto Cabeza from Matagalpa, where Luke is. It's the famous Route 5. And it's ridiculous. The road is not this bad. It's fine. Like, that they call this, it was episode number 1 or number 2 of World's Most Dangerous Roads, and we're all like, what's dangerous about it? That it gets dirty and it's easy to get stuck? What are you talking about? It's a flat jungle. Like, there's nothing dangerous. There's not crocodiles in it. There's not, there's nothing dangerous. There's not panthers hunting you out there. There aren't cartels and drug traffickers out there. It's just sometimes it gets muddy on the road when it rains. And yes, you can get stuck. And yes, there's a rainy season. So for half the year, it's a perfectly fine road. And this is before they put in the new road, right? It was rough, but it's such a silly thing. Now, the video was older, right? But their thing was, devastated by its economy. Nicaragua has hazardous infrastructures. During the rainy season, the tracks turn into a quagmire and make it difficult for vehicles to pass. The transport of dynamite used for the extraction of raw gold, as opposed to the extraction of finished gold, they think there's like jewelry in the ground, okay, is perilous there because the tremors of the road risk at any time to explode the precious detonators. Added to this danger is that of armed looters. In the center of the country, the journey is just as complicated for evangelical pastors who travel by motorbike to meet very isolated communities. Finally, on the Caribbean Sea, mosquito fishermen outdo themselves to survive. We are the safest country in the Western Hemisphere, right? Like, you're talking about muddy roads, just to be clear. They worked really hard to make this video. And it's true. You're like, oh, that is a muddy road, but... And like, why are these pastors going out there? Like, just don't. If that's dangerous, just don't do it. Why? That makes no sense. It's all so silly, but yeah, that is that road. Janet says she can ask Ramon what he thinks about Puerto Cabeza. Luke says, yeah, my slacker IT cousin was supposed to have hooked up my Raspberry Pi for that purpose last year. Just plug it in. Oh, do I have a Raspberry Pi? I don't know. Do I? Oh, wait, wrong country. Now I can't do it. Luke says, because it caters to the U.S. and locked at the $2 to $1. Yeah. It's a mess. Luke says this is the song that never ends. And it goes on and on, my friends. Somebody started singing it, not knowing what it was. Nika gun policy was great. Joe Schmo's here. Hello, everyone. Hey, Joe. Oh, where's that framing video link from last week? Oh, I don't know. Luke says, so since the East Coast is underpopulated, would a trip out there during peak tourism to the rest of the country make sense? Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's still no tourism out there, so going at peak tourism time. When's peak tourism time? I mean, you never want to go during Semana Santa because you have non-tourist stuff, just people going everywhere. Other than that, yeah, going out there when it's busy elsewhere, for sure. You know, Bryce went out and did Bluefields, which is obviously, it's funny because we think of the two of them as like sibling cities. They are so far from each other. Like the distance between them is like the same as Managua and San Jose. Like it's not close, only there's no road. Like I can only imagine that the number of people in Bilwi who know Bluefields, like they know of it obviously, but who've been there must close in on zero. To all of us, we're like, no, those places are like connected. And to them, they've got to be like, if we don't run a boat in between us, how do you expect us to get to each other? Like that doesn't happen. It's not like there's flights going between them. It is. Wait. I'm going to do this with my fingers, but I'm pretty sure this is true. I believe this is a true statement. I am really confident it is a true statement. Bluefields and Puerto Cabeza both are closer to Colombia than they are to each other. Let that sink in for a second. Oh, now my dog's upset. And why can't we take a boat to Colombia? Seriously. Like, that pisses me off. Yes, we should do a trip. Ola Scott from Eastern Washington. Hey, KL7RRC. Indigital says, little drugs. Luke says, Don LaFontaine's voiceovers always add to the intrigue. Brian says, don't quit your day job. This is my day job. Fran Fargan says, hi. Hey, Scott, have you made it to Venezuela? I've not yet. I think you had planned a trip to visit in recent months. I am hoping to go to Venezuela, coming up soon, and I am poking some people, hoping that maybe I'll get taken along on a particular trip to Venezuela. But yeah, I want to go. I'm hoping to go yet this year. I have not yet made it. And I do have to renew my passport before I do anything. So that is, I'm sending that in, I think, like Monday. I hear voices outside. I have no idea who that is. So I'm hoping on like Monday we can schedule our trip to Managua to renew our kids' passports. But we got to get those renewed. Rowdy says, opening up a bank account, is it safe to have large amounts? Safe? Yeah. I mean, again, right, the question is always why. Always step back and say why. Why? Everything that prompts these questions, all the people who are here will generally say, I don't know what you're thinking, but you don't want to do these things. But if you do them, you're probably fine, right? I want to buy a farm. That won't go as well as you think it will. But, it's not like it's gonna be bad, right? Also, it should point out when you're looking at bilwy and you're looking at maybe growing coffee. I know you said or fruits or whatever. Those are so polar opposite, right? Bilwy is coastal Caribbean, so salty, hot. So coffee won't even grow. Fruits, I think, pretty hard to grow out there, but like breadfruit and stuff comes from out there. I have there's a reason why there's no agriculture out there. Like there's no customers, and there's no fields. So bank accounts, like we all use bank accounts here, but we generally put very little money in them because you don't want to be moving. You just don't want to be moving large amounts of money around. unless you're going to use it. And so then it's just a transit thing, like, okay, a bunch of money is moving and we're going to spend it. But wherever your bank is now, generally you don't want that money to leave there until you're ready to use it. Now, if you're making big money in Nicaragua and you need to put it somewhere, like, everyone here puts the money in the banks, and it's not a thing to worry about. Fran says, U.S. passport? Yes. Is it hard to get visas for Venezuela with U.S. passport? Not the last I knew. Of course, I don't know how many people have applied for a visa to Venezuela since the U.S. hit their boats with missiles in the last few days. So what might have been easy may no longer be. We're just going to have to wait and find out and see what the change is. But if necessary, I will attempt to pull some favors to get a reference or something. But traditionally, it's not hard at all. Most of those places that are at odds with the U.S., we'll say, generally want to encourage Americans to come there for a number of reasons, right? The people who are going there are quite generally, it's the same with Nicaragua, right? It's not like the U.S. and Nicaragua are friends. Why does Nicaragua want Americans here? Because every American who comes here goes, oh, now I understand how much my government's been lying to me. Oh, now I know what the rest of the world is like. Oh, bye, Dad, love you. And so they generally, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, they have really big incentives for Americans to see firsthand that they're not the bad guys and that everybody's been lied to, right? And it only takes a little bit of time. Just come to Nicaragua and you go, wow, everything I've been told is a lie. Like everything, right? So that's big. Right, so that's powerful for Nicaragua or any of these countries, right? To be like, just come and witness. Like, we can tell you all day long it's safe. That will never convince you the way that stepping off the plane and going, oh, it's safe, right? And like, we can tell you it's cheap, but none of that's going to convince you until you go get dinner for $3 at a fratanga and then go stay at your hotel for $20 and say, well, this isn't fancy, but my gosh, it's cheap, right? And then you go find an apartment and realize you have a perfectly comfortable 2-bedroom apartment for under $200. I have an echo. Let me see if, well, it shouldn't have. Did that change at all, Ben? That would be the question. It was turned off according to my monitor, but it was still registering on the secondary mic. But it was set to off, but I turned it all the way down as well. Oh, Luke said farm video last week. Not for now. I understand. Yes, there was a farm video last week. So Ben says, say your audio is the slightest bit of echo. Might be getting picked up from a couple sources. So hopefully that's fixed. That was the only thing that should have been possible. Alex Brown says, have you spent in? Hey, Alex, how's it going? Ben, Alex, hey guys. And Luke says, Operation Unjust Cause 2. Very, very true. Have you spent any time in Sucre? I have not been to Sucre. I have offices in Santa Cruz de las Sierras, in Cochabamba, and in La Paz. And of course, if you go to La Paz, you go to El Alto. And so those are the cities I've been to. You don't drive from city to city in Bolivia, really, so you fly from place to place. So Sucre is the only major city that I've not spent time in, and people rave about it for sure, and I'm sure it's beautiful. Every picture of it is absolutely beautiful. I do not like Santa Cruz. So it's just too warm. But the other two I love. I find them really interesting. It's Biscotte-ish. How's it going? I love that my name is in your name. Makes it appropriate. I'm sure Sucre is very nice, but it's the one spot, because I never vacation in Bolivia. I go to work. And Cochabamba is definitely my favorite. Like, just the lifestyle in Cochabamba is so good. But La Paz has the cableway, and it's such a big city. And I really like giant cities. It makes me sad that I don't have easy access to one from Nicaragua. Like, I really wish that, I lived on the outskirts of LEòN, and LEòN was like a massive city in the mountains. Wow, what did we went out of focus? That would be so amazing for me that to have that right there, and just it's it doesn't work out for us for where we want to live. The combination of things. I mean, you can't have it all, right? But I love the big city vibe, and La Paz definitely has that mountainside city with all the different levels, and it just goes on and on and on. You can spend all day exploring the city, and LEòN, we can drive across it in a few minutes, right? Like, I mean, that's the whole thing. Here's just a few blocks of stuff. You're like, okay, yep, and it's done. La Paz, you can spend the entire day riding public transportation around the city, and you're never done. It just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, which is so cool. And you discover new neighborhoods, and you take a cable car over a mountain ridge, and suddenly there's an entire what feels like another city there. And you've got the food stations at all the different little stops with the public transportation, and it's just. I just noticed that my big dog is on in the tiny little bed right at my feet, which she does when she just really wants to be very close. It's very sweet. Oh, you're such a good dog. The little dog is curled up with my daughter playing Hollow Knight. Yes. Oh, you don't fit at all, you silly dog. So that is something that I really like. I find La Paz really neat, very unique. But Cochabamba is just absolutely beautiful city. Bolivia in general, very cool. So I can't wait to have a chance to get back and spend more time. Hopefully know some more places to go and explore. Luke says, Matagalpa, 6 square miles. Which is actually surprisingly large. Way bigger than LEòN from what feels like a city. It's amazing how small the cities are here. Once you get to know them, you're like, everything's so small. Have you been to Bolivia, Alex, or are you just interested? Sucre looks really nice, and you want to go check it out? Let's see. Kind of want a bit of food. I have no idea what there is. I need a PB&J. You guys are a little bit quiet. You're not too bad, but I need a little bit more. Actually, ask some questions. I'm going to go grab that caffeine because I just need it. And I will be back as soon as I can pour a soda. All right, talk amongst yourselves. No one's allowed to leave. You know the rules. Hang out. Come up with questions. Make sure we're busy so when I get back, we have plenty of things to answer. Oh, this sweet dog. He's so sweet. You're such a goof. We love you. I'll be right back. better be more than 18 people on the stream when I get there, or somebody's in trouble. 16 people are in trouble. All right, Luke says Jerry G and his wife that'd be Marisol, we're talking about a trip east of Matagalpa in the near future. That would be cool. I grabbed some food so I can show it on the show. Andrew O'Neill says, hello, Scott, it's nice to be here. I will throw one out there. All right, awesome. I don't seem to see the 50 mile per hour, so first of all, that was 50 kilometer per hour. Plan available on the Claro. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're not talking about miles per hour at all. Megabits per second plan available on the Claro website. Do you have to ask for it specifically? What plan is that? I'm not familiar with that plan. Where did the 50 meg plan come from? Leo says Spirit Airlines being non sequitur, disregarding cost. What airlines would you find most comfortable and easiest to maneuver coming from the U.S.? I assume that would be out of Miami. Almost certainly out of Miami. Probably American. I'm generally happy with American Airlines, like the AA. United, they're okay, right? I just never as happy with United, and also United hubs out of Houston, which is handy in a lot of ways, but I hate dealing with Houston Intercontinental, as do many people. A lot of people really hate that airport. If you can fly in Houston and go through Hobby, then it's great. Hobby's nice, but Houston Intercontinental is terrible. And so, yeah. But American's good, and sometimes you get really good prices on it. Andrew says, I thought that's the plan you mentioned would be the most you would need for bandwidth. I only see 100 megabits as the lowest plan. Andrew, you're looking at the fake numbers. So two things. One, you're looking at Claro, and I don't have Claro. And the number you look at for speed is the second one. The first one is worthless and doesn't mean anything under normal circumstances. If you're looking for, I'm just, watching Netflix at home, I'm retired, I'm not like using a computer, then you look at that first number. That's the marketing number for the people who don't know. When you're talking about a business or anything important, you either give the full thing, because there's three numbers that go with those things, but it's the second one is the relevant one. So if you look at Claro, I don't think they tell you, but I think that number is a 10, not a 100. Let me see. See if I can find Claro's website. But remember, I don't use Claro, so I definitely don't know Claro plans and hadn't talked about it. The only plan that I talk about normally with Claro with any regularity is their $35 plan, which is super slow, but it's enough for most people, so that's why we talk about it. Services, house, internet. Let's see. Yeah, so they call it 100 megabits per second, and they do not list the actual speed. So 100 megabits per second is its name, not its speed. 100 megabits, if you had 100 megabits, that's outrageous, right? I have 50, and that's way more than normal people need. 30 is enough for nearly anybody. And in reality, if I wasn't doing this show, 30 would be way more than enough for me. It's only because I have to move so much 4K video in incredibly high volumes and incredibly high quality that I have to worry about having even 50. A lot of the hotels only get like 20. The fastest hotel in the area is not mine. It's Playa Roca. And for some reason, he thinks he needs more. He's done a lot of shrooms. So he has 100, but he doesn't know why. Brian says, I'll just leave if I'm in trouble. Oh. Leo's so anyway, for Leo, American is probably the way to go. Avianca works and is often cheap. A lot of people have a problem with it, including me. So yeah. If you're looking for luxury and you don't care about the price, hands down your airline is Aeromexico. right? So, and if you can get a deal, which you almost never can, but if you manage to get low cost on Aeromexico, that's the way to go, right? They've got the best planes, the best food, the best service, for sure. Fran says, I have watched your videos about expats trying to start a business in Nicaragua. Do you think the same applies to Colombia, say retail clothing, mall location? So certainly it's not the same in Colombia, but the general rules will apply. Are you an expat? Are you trying to start a business? Right there, you have a problem, right? Think about if you were a Colombian and you were starting a business in the United States. The reason that you would consider doing that, at least up until a few months ago, is the U.S. is a giant economy, and you may offer something unique in a place where there are very few Colombians, and you may have a hookup to source products coming out of Colombia or something. Your food may be seen as really unique. There's a bunch of this really difficult but potential opportunity, right? You're bringing, simply by being Colombian, likely a bit of expertise. And the expertise is being Colombian. Right, either you are Colombian in that case, and like you know how to make arepas, and people are like, ooh, I've never had arepas. That's awesome. You can start a food truck and sell arepas, right? Awesome, authentic Colombian arepas. Or maybe you could sell empanadas, right? Food tends to be the things that make sense. Could a Colombian come to the United States and start a retail store selling clothing and compete with American retail stores? Heck no, not unless the clothing's coming from Colombia. Why? Because the Colombian doesn't have the access to the resources in the U.S., doesn't have the knowledge of the market, doesn't have anything. It's hard enough to do a retail store in the United States. Imagine doing it as a foreigner. That would be just about impossible, right? You just don't have the expertise to compete in something where your identity or your access to market from where you came from is not your ticket. Now, that's someone coming from a smaller market to a bigger market. Imagine reversing that. An American going to Colombia, while unlike Nicaragua, it is possible to make money. How can you possibly, in a retail store, compete with the Colombians? You are not going to get the lowest rent like they are. You're not going to get the lowest labor like they are. You're not going to get the easiest time with the Department of Labor as they are. I'm not saying that these things will be insurmountable. Every single little thing, you'll pay more or have to do more work than a Colombian. And how are you going to provide this is better than a Colombian can do? Are you using your connection to, we'll just say you're from the United States, I don't know where you're from, and you're using an American connection to bring in American products that no one else in Colombia can reasonably get or people just don't have access to. And because of that access to the American market, the retail store is actually just irrelevant. That's just an outlet for your real business, which is an American import business that you have a unique handle on, right? If you can say yes, then maybe you could make money. Then you have a business plan. If you don't have that, you lack a business plan. You don't even have a proposal as to how you would make business, how a business would make sense, because you're guaranteed to be at a disadvantage. So the question should be, right, what's your end goal? Why would you, as an expat, want to do a generic business in a country where you're fighting anywhere where you're fighting for the lowest possible margins? That's like how you're gonna make your money. Now again, if you were Zara, right, and you own the brand and you own the international recognition, Zara can open up a store in Nicaragua and make money, right? Because they're actually making their money in Spain creating the brand. And then the store that's in Nicaragua is just an outlet for the thing that's already there. Tim says, I was checking some tickets today to Chicago. Long layovers on almost all flights. That's why I like Spirit. Let's hope they stay in business. Hopefully. I actually have a video on them coming out tomorrow. I think I recorded it like 3 weeks ago. And Luke says, don't knock the shrooms. I know people who have spent 6 months in the hospital from too many shrooms. So Andrew says, so I need to ask them what the upload speeds are on the 100 megabit. Yes, upload is what matters. And latency, obviously. Our unfortunately, they just don't list their plan details. And I believe you're looking at Claro cable. So I think you're looking at 10, maybe 20 megabits. Like, that's standard on cable. Like, it can be fixed, but it's normal if you're a cable provider to provide super high speed in one direction and super slow in the other. That is the standard here. Once someone does that, they're never going to offer symmetrical. Like, it's just the two don't end up overlapping because they need different equipment for that. And so if you're looking at the cable plans, you're going to be looking at very low speeds, which might be enough for you, but assume you're looking at like 10, maybe 20 megabit speeds. Does anybody have Claro here and know what the slow speeds are? I had Claro in the past as a backup line, and I feel like we may have been able to get 30 meg, but I'm not sure. We may have only gotten 10, but it was never our main line, so we never had to use it for uploads. We only used it to offset downloads. Ben says, just flew out of Managua last week. American Airlines lane was packed. Spirit was empty. Complete switch from last year. That Spirit just isn't consistent, so people are scared to take it. Brian says, doing business with the USA right now. Yeah, good luck with that. Now, if you're taking stuff from the U.S. and selling it elsewhere, you can work out. However, as an American, also be very prepared for just about anywhere you go that you may have hassles for being American, right? That's a new potential risk, and we don't know that she's American in this situation, so we're just guessing. But as a business person, that is something to be wary of. That a lot of people are avoiding American-owned businesses out of principle. We're not getting that here yet in Nicaragua. No one needs to avoid your business. There's no one to come to your business, so it happens anyway. But it's not an intentional boycott. It's just a lack of market. And Nicaragua is kind of passé to the whole thing going on. No one's even aware of anything going on these days. Nicaragua's been so overlooked in all the stuff going on. They're like, well, we're not even part of this. Like whatever. But places like Colombia are really, really upset with North America right now. So, Colombia is moving into the Venezuelan sphere of influence from unbelievable pressure in North America to push South American countries towards Venezuela, and it's working, right? So that also contributes to a climate where you may not want to be investing, just because all it takes is people finding out that you're from North America, if you are, and there are types of businesses that don't involve customers where that stuff doesn't really happen, but very customer-facing businesses would be quite likely. Andrew says, La Casa Aventura in Popoyo, which is where we are planning to stay, mentioned that Claro recently installed fiber optic in the area. Yeah, so Claro has fiber, but that's not, I don't think, the plan that you were looking at. But I don't know anything about it is the problem. I've had some people get it. I think TJ has it and said it was pretty good in Granada. The problem is if Claro goes in with fiber, I think it keeps Teco out. Teco's the good one. Claro's not bad, but it's not necessarily a good thing. You normally would want the business provider rather than the home provider. I mean, that's just the general rule of doing business or being technical, right? Get business providers. It's like the secret to everything as an adult. Anything that's sold to consumers is a terrible deal because, by definition, consumers just don't pay attention to their products. They don't do research. They don't have access to specialists, whatever, and so you get generally really bad options. Oh, I should say according to Claro on their website, it is internet fiber optic for 100 megs, whatever that means when they only give one speed, and they're saying the price is $6.29 a month. So that's like $15? No, that can't be right. $17? Stop and think about that for a second. Something's odd. And then for just a few dollars more, I guess it's over $20. So it's $22, 21, 200 meg plan. Now that one doesn't say fiber. So that one's just residential. The other's fiber. There's no details, no information. That's everything. Yeah, there's no way to find out what they mean. It's just gibberish without information. So, so you may have fiber, and they may, but fiber isn't faster than cable. It's just a different media, right? Remember, we did a video on that. But when Claro rolls out fiber, they may improve the service. They also may make it worse. They also may keep it the same. But that's going to be completely dependent on them, and they don't seem to have a website with information at all. Now, if you get their combo plans, then they start going way faster. But they don't give you the full speed, so it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, there's no clear reason why you would pay for one plan versus another, but all of these are crazy cheap. I do not remember any internet services in Nicaragua being cheap like this at all. I had Claro 3 years ago in this house as a backup, and we were paying between $50 and $80 a month, and these prices are a fraction of that. My daughter is here. Hello. Say hi to everybody.
Hello. Okay. There is a beetle freaking out on its back outside. I was just wondering if you could quickly kill it.
I will be right back, guys. I have to go take care of a beetle issue. I'm not sure the phone's connected. I think the phone's connected, but I'm not really sure. The beetle has been dealt with. I just knocked it into the yard. Luke says, cable want you on the receiving end, not production line. Yes. Yeah, cable systems are designed around pushing data to you, not getting data from you. Which is fine for a lot of people. Most people, that's all they do. They don't produce anything. They don't work. They don't worry about making calls. They just want to be able to watch Netflix. So for a lot of people, that's the only thing they care about. Oh, awesome. Beetle issue. Ringo or Paul. They're all dead. Oh, no. Are they still alive? Boy, they're old. That's funny. Tony says, I'm for the bug. I don't know what, it's probably dead, right? I mean, it was moving, so it probably appreciates that it's in the yard now, but it was stuck in the house and just, oh my gosh. So that this week we had a kissing bug, a real one, right? And they're about this big, right? And they are aggressive and creepy, and got into one of our windows. Now, luckily, so that daughter that was just here, her bedroom, it got into the window. And she was totally chill. She does not handle insects well. She was totally chill about this because she has a screen on her window. Now, her window's always closed, right? So she has a screen on the inside and then plastic that we put in because we don't want any air moving. And then it's got the glass plates behind it. So how this beetle got past the glass plates, we don't know. But it got into the space, but it was trying to get into her room for 24 hours. And and if you came up to it, it would like attack you. And if you blew at it, it would come at you and stuff. So it was pretty, and it was big and it's nasty. And they're dangerous. They carry Chagas. So you don't want them around you, and they don't have to bite you to give you Chagas. It's transmitted by contact, or like if you touch things they've touched. So you really want to keep them away, if at all possible. And yeah, that was nasty. I did kill it, but I'm like, that is so much bigger than I imagined that it would be. Like, that was not good. Man says, speaking of beetles, the wife swiped the biggest flying grasshopper off my shoulder that got into the house. A couple people have mentioned the giant grasshoppers here. I'm from New York. The big ones here are just like they are in New York, so it's completely normal to me. But yeah, we do have full-size grasshoppers here. It never occurred to me that they were not just universal. I'm about to eat this delicious packet of Ritz. Today's show is brought to you by Ritz Queso. Is that in focus? Let's hope so. Sorry for eating on the show, but it's my only snack. But I am going to show you. I don't even know what these are. But we're going to get to these. These just showed up today, so we're going to check them out. Those are worth showing. These are just crackers. Jalusi windows. Oh, is it how do you say it? Jalusi? Halusi? Slotted crank twist, don't seal. Yeah, they're awful in many ways. They are so universal here. You're like, what a weird design. Like, I kind of get it, but growing up, they always broke. So, like, no one ever wanted them. Does the above speed test I commented seem pretty normal fat? Wait, where's the speed test? Andrew, maybe you put a link and it didn't show up because you can't send links. Gigi's leaving. Have a good night, Gigi. Andrew, if you posted a speed test, it didn't come through. Jawless. Okay. 34.5 upload. Not bad. 44 millisecond ping is not bad depending on what it's pinging. I have no idea what mine is. I'm going to do a speed test while I'm doing a live stream, so this is incredibly inaccurate. It's going to be way slower than it really is, but I'll see what my reported ping time is. 44 milliseconds is my ping time to Miami or Houston from here. Speed test isn't even loading. Well, that's useless. Oh, here we go. All right, so my ping time from out here in LEòN, 12 milliseconds. So that is dramatically faster. But even, okay, so my upload speed is 46.2 while doing the live stream. So we're streaming all of this data out, plus everyone in the house is using the internet. We still get 46 on top of that, and our ping is only 12. If I wasn't doing the live stream and all that, the ping might be better, and the upload would definitely be better. But that's way overkill. 34.5 is definitely enough. If you're on that, Andrew, do a ping to like Google and see 8.8.8.8 and see what they're getting. That's pretty indicative of performance you'll get for business stuff. Pure ping, pure latency only tells you how it's going to perform in Nicaragua, not how it's going to work for you per se. All right, these are the chickies. So it's like a chocolate cookie, which is not my thing. It's got something on the back. I have no idea. It says surprise. Oh, it smells like fruit. Oh, Yum. Chocolate cookie with an orange filling. It's actually not bad. Made in Costa Rica. Hey, TJ. We're eating cookies. TJ says he's watching the game. Everybody's watching the game. I have so many NFL watchers on my show. Never imagined I was competition for the NFL. Ben says, what is the service I pay for? Teco Communications, Nicaragua. Advertised rate and speed is 50 by 50, which we really do get. Sometimes we get faster. So right now with heavy usage, doing a test, we're nearly 50 with heavy usage going on. So we're definitely getting what we pay for sure. We always do. And if we have any problem, customer service with them is incredible. They just pop right out. Anything we need, they're here. Tony says, beat Dallas always. My dog? Oh, my dog has been delivered. I got a delivery. Yes, I got a delivery. Come here. Come here. Yes, I'm eating cookies on air. This is. Thank you, Larry. Thank you for the vote of confidence. But they're special surprise chocolate orange cookies, you see. There's a reason. There's a method to my madness. We must have cookies. My computer's feeling very slow. You know, it's a tough job being the guy who has to eat Costa Rican cookies on broadcast for everyone to live vicariously. But somebody's got to do it. It has to be done. How's the game going? You were definitely more entertaining than sports for me. Thanks. Yeah, I don't have TVs or anything. I have no way to watch any sports. Did everybody see that the big streamer out of Egypt for Major League Baseball got busted today? That was in the news. And it's like, why do they bother going after the streamers? Why don't they just make it available that you can watch these games? Everyone I know is willing to pay to watch sports, well, almost everyone, and none of them do because they can't. They pay and then the thing doesn't work anyway. So they give up and they steal it because it's the only option. They're not given some other choice. Like, what the heck is the point of having it and blocking people if you're not going to give them some way to pay for it? Like, it's crazy. Makes no sense. It's like, you know, the reason that pirating movies became so popular was not because people were unwilling to pay for movies. It's because by pirating them, you got a better deal. They worked better. Sorry, I got dust in my keyboard. Like, that's how you get the faster releases. That's how you get the higher quality. That's how you get the ability to watch them offline. Like, Luke is chowing on a bag of platitos barbacoa. Alex says, great choice. I had an orange chocolate muffin, like just now. Joe Schmo, my big question at this point is to drive from LA. Which LA? Not that it matters. Los Angeles or Louisiana to Nicaragua. I think it would be a great road trip. Probably. Take a few weeks, yes, and check some stuff. You can drive and own a car as a tourist, correct? So, to be clear, you are allowed to drive to Nicaragua. You are allowed to own a car as a tourist in Nicaragua. You are not allowed to import a car. So each of the things you want to do is okay. You can drive to Nicaragua. You can own a car in Nicaragua. You can live in Nicaragua as a tourist. The problem comes in is if you drive to Nicaragua, you must drive back. There won't be an exception to that. And so that is going to be the thing is, are you willing to commit to the return trip? When people say they're going to drive down, normally it's because they're bringing animals down, or they're on some kind of adventure, and they do plan on driving back, and then it's no problem. Once you plan on sticking around, your car is the death toll. Like nothing is going to fix that. Your only salvation is getting back in the car and driving all the way back to the U.S. border to unload the car. You absolutely cannot sell a car. There is no exception. You are committing to the drive back to the United States within 30 days. You can do an extension. It is not worth it. You will only get a little bit of extension. Somebody posted, I can't remember who did, today they only got one extension. So they got 60 days with the car. Now I know people who've done it for longer, so I don't know what caused that 60-day limit. But somebody got hit today. That is what they posted. Maybe they got it wrong. That they only got a maximum of 60 days. And so they've got 30 days now. But the process of getting that extension can be really arduous and often can be a couple days on its own. So does driving down for your dog make sense? Very possibly. But you will have to, in that 30 days, find a place to take care of your dog, drop your dog off, and race back to the U.S., cross the border, sell the car, set it on fire, whatever makes sense, and then you got to get back again. So it's a hard thing. We considered doing it, and we ended up chartering a plane, and in the end, we're really glad we did. Did it cost more? Probably. But overall, the unbelievable effort is crazy. Joe says, I would honestly junk the car. I'm just really interested in driving. The problem is you can't just junk the car. There's probably some way you can do that, but that's definitely something everyone would be, like anyone who brings a car here is so desperate to unload it. If they could just junk it, they would. Assume if you junk it, you just bought another car. I don't know that that's true, but assume there is no way out of the drive back to the U.S. Right. And if you get lucky, then you got lucky. But that is and now, is the drive back to the U.S. all that bad? You've just done it. If it's really bad, then that's going to be awful because you're stuck. But I've always thought the same thing, Joe, right? I'm 100% with you. Driving from the U.S. to Nicaragua sounds fantastic. In fact, I would want to drive on to Panama and be like, because, I've done it by bus. I want to go the whole way and... Marcela's online. I would want to go on to Panama. It's not that much farther. It feels far when you're here, but when you're doing that, you're like, oh my gosh, that's like, what, an extra day? Do it, right? And then do the whole way from Panama all the way to, San Diego or LA. That'd be fantastic. That'd be so interesting. Now, I've been to all those countries, right? I'm not getting a single new country out of that, but doing it, driving from edge to edge the whole way you go, is really, really cool. Understood. I have a place to leave it with a friend in Mexico. Be aware, Mexico makes you do a tip. How are you going to leave it with someone in Mexico? Mexico has the same problem. It's not anywhere near as extreme as Nicaragua, but I don't know that you can leave it Maybe they give you 6 months though. Alex says, I wouldn't want to drive through Mexico with U.S. plates. You know, everyone says that, and this is coming from a person who's not done that. So, grain of salt. It wouldn't bother me. I would have no worries driving through Mexico with U.S. plates. You know, so many Americans drive through Mexico with U.S. plates every day. And yeah, there's a lot of Mexico's really pissed at the U.S. right now. But, so Joe, just be aware, typically nationals know the least. Right? If you ask a Nicaraguan, they'll be like, of course you can bring a car here and sell it. They have no idea because none of it applies to them. It's when you cross the border into Mexico, you have to get a tip. Now, maybe this has changed, but I've watched videos in the last few years as to the specific process in Mexico, just coincidentally. And it's just like Nicaragua. You do a tip, temporary import. At that point, you're guaranteeing it's going to leave by a certain date. And you're under really heavy obligations and can get into a lot of trouble and have a lot of fines. So it's generally you have really heavy constraints once you've brought a car. Bringing a car to any new country is very, very difficult if you're not in a loop going back to your starting location. It's just one of those things. It's true everywhere in the world. It's just when you're in the U.S., we can drive to so many places. It never occurs to us that crossing an international border will make the car thing hard, but it's an import, right? And especially now, if it was to like get stuck in Mexico and have to go back to the U.S., you take a risk that the U.S. is going to charge you a 50% tariff on it, right? Because some paperwork changed and they're going to declare it a foreign import, right? That probably, like, there's a lot of potentially bad things to happen in there. So that's stuff you generally want to avoid. Driving your dog down, fantastic, absolutely. But far more likely, the good thing to do is to pop down to Nicaragua, buy a car, quickly drive up to the U.S., get your dog, and then drive back down so that you arrive with your dog. You've already done the trip, so you're maximizing the ease of the situation and minimizing the amount of worrisome stress during the time that you have the dog. Pop back up, eating cookies, Platanos, big question, Los Angeles, 30 days. Can't sell it yet for the dog. If D Gilbert is here, hey, how's it going, D? If relocating to Nicaragua, would I get bored as a permanent expat who doesn't plan on working? I'm 25. I mean, that is a you question. I don't mean that in a bad way, but it is a question about you. What does retirement look like to you, and what do you find is your only acceptable forms of entertainment? If you were in the United States or out of wherever you're from, and you retired, would you get bored? That could happen anywhere to anybody. Like, I got nothing I need to do. I don't plan on working, so will I get bored? Well, if it was me, no. I would never get bored. I can't imagine getting bored under any circumstance. I mean, you lock me in a box with nothing to do, yeah, I'll get bored. But if you give me the freedom to read, watch TV, go for walks, make videos, write a book, play a video game, go to the bar, play sports, that's probably not me, but if I had nothing else to do, that would be okay. Volunteer, do art, play guitar, which I used to do professionally. Like, I will find a way to be entertained, and all you have to do is give me the free time to do it, right? I'm entertained now because I'm working, but if anytime I get time off of work, I have so many things that I wish I had time to do. I can't imagine being bored, unless I was like in prison or something whose entire purpose is to make you bored. So it's what aspect of Nicaragua would potentially make you bored? Because going out and seeing live music, that's fun. Hiking around the country, that's fun. Taking road trips using it as a base to travel to other regions, going to concerts, right? It depends. There's so many people who retire here and never leave the beach. And I'm like, it's amazing how little they do every day, and they love it. It's everybody just has a different form of entertainment. But if you were like, oh, I expect you to go out and do stuff on the beach all day long, and I'd be like, okay, I wouldn't be bored. It's not my preferred thing, but I wouldn't be bored. But if you also said, hey, you should just stay home all day, play video games, watch TV, I would gravitate heavily towards the video games, but I wouldn't be bored. May not be my preferred thing, but I wouldn't be bored, right? So that's what it comes down to. Joe says, take the coast and toll highway roads all the way. If you feel the need to race through Mexico, I really don't think you would. I was in Sinaloa last year, and it was great. It's so hard to imagine having any concern. I realize I'm 100% clear that there are parts of Sinaloa where I would not want to be driving, but there were so many places that, oh my gosh, zero concern, right? So safe. Now, Cancun, yeah, you don't want to drive there, obviously, but the whole middle of the country, quite safe. So I wouldn't even worry about it in most cases. Just be aware of where you're driving a little bit. Ben says, I actually walked away even before the first snap. Getting paid for spitting on somebody? What a joke. I don't really understand how the money overlooks childish and disrespectful behavior. I believe he's talking about the football. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. I don't watch it, but he says before the first snap, so I'm assuming that that's what that is. Joe says, got you. Thank you, Scott. You're welcome. D says, to me, it's being super active and healthy, cooking healthy meals, eating fresh fruits, and hitting the gym and parks. Well, I mean, that sounds like Nicaragua is going to be really good for you for a lot of reasons, right? We have access to good, healthy food, for sure. We have lots of places you can go for walks. Now, they tend to be a little bit more my style walks, right? Walking out on the street, but you can just walk everywhere here. I mean, you can on most places, right? It's not special. The weather here allows for a lot of outdoor activities a lot of the time. It's very safe, so going out and doing stuff is easy. Gym culture is huge here, so you could bounce from gym to gym. Anyone in Sutiava know if the water's on? No, just loads of gym culture, loads of fresh fruit, that kind of stuff. All of that, you can really get into that here, obviously. And then the thing that for me is that it's so easy to go to the neighboring countries, which sounds like, oh my gosh, I have to leave the country to be able to... But it's what if you're in, a very similar, like Arkansas, right? And you were like, well, will I be bored in Little Rock? No, honestly, you can find anything you want to do in Little Rock, right? It may not be the most glamorous city around, but if you lived in Little Rock and were willing to actually go out and do things, you'd find it a perfectly pleasant city. I'm just guessing. I've never actually spent time in Little Rock, but you know what I mean. Just because it sounds boring, it'll be like, oh, actually, it's got all the same gyms, all the same music venues, all the same... Oh, and there's a concert tonight, right? Right now, I actually wish I was there, at Ruben Dario... Wait, someone said at Ruben Dario National Theater, I think. Oh, but I thought we have a theater here in LEòN. I'm not sure if it's in LEòN or in Managua. If it was here in LEòN, I wish I was there. If it was in Managua, I'm glad I didn't go. But your ability to, if you're in Arkansas and you want to be like, well, I want to go to Missouri. There's just, some different stuff, a little bit different vibe. It's fun, right? Well, what is that? A 3-hour drive? Okay, guys, let's jump in the car. Let's go to Missouri. If that's fun, let's go do it. Well, from here, that same kind of thing, if you own a car or you want to take the bus, if you're, essentially retired, if you're not working and just have free time, well, hop the bus to Honduras, right? Head to Oh, these hiccups today. I got a little bit of heartburn and it causes hiccups. Head to Costa Rica. Go on to Panama. Go on to Guatemala, right? Hit these places. They're not that far. You can get there on the bus. They're all super cheap. They're interesting because they're different countries. A lot of them have really nice weather, lots of things you can go do and do exactly the things you're describing, right? You want to go Panama as example. You want to do 10 miles, that's probably exaggeration, of jogging along the Pacific waterfront on the new highways around the capital. It's amazing. Right, Guatemala. You want to go walk Avenue of the Americas or Parque de las Americas in Ciudad de Guatemala. A huge boulevard that just runs through the entire city. Right, crazy awesome places. Easy to go check that stuff out for cheap. Assuming you're on a budget, you may not even be on a budget, right? You may be like, I retired at 25, I got 10 million in the bank. I can, right? Your interest payments would make it that you can do those things without thinking twice. And there's just lots of different climatic and cultural areas in a relatively small area that are all really cool. And if you have the free time to ride the bus or take a bicycle, right, you can go hit a lot of that stuff and really enjoy it. It's hard to know the whole picture of what you'll find entertaining, but it sounds like you're probably going to be in awfully good shape. No pun intended. But it says I find just chilling is seriously underrated. Oh yeah, I hadn't read what you said before. Yes, no, I agree, Mario. It's I just did the video about Nicaragua's I think I did, is the great place to do nothing, like for introverts to stay home and relax. Like it works out really well for that. My daughters love, now the one thing my daughters really like is big cities. So when they leave the house, they want to go out to Uber and tons of food delivery and that kind of stuff, right? We don't have that. So that's a big negative for them. But as far as just being safe and cheap and knowing that they have a country where they don't have to worry about a bunch of things and everything costs less and they don't have to do as much. Like they don't have to get into the rat race to be able to, play a video game. Like what do they want to do with their time? Well, mostly they want to hang out with each other, hang out with their family. They want to do a few things and they will want to do more as they get older, but they really like staying home, being on their own, doing art, playing video games, writing about video games. Like that's the stuff that they really like. Where is actually better for them for that than Nicaragua? Oh, some places are just as good as Nicaragua. Sure. Guatemala, for example. Honduras, probably. El Salvador, maybe. Right? Like just in this region. Parts of Mexico would be fine. Panama, you could pull it off if you put in a little bit of work. Loads of South America, right? There's plenty of places that they could do this. But Nicaragua presents a level of safety and a level of cost that is hard to compete with. Other than the air conditioning, which they both really like, that they could really find it to be a perfect fit for them, to let them have a just chilling kind of lifestyle. Like that's, my daughter got up first thing this morning and was like, this new video game is dropping now, we bought it, and she has not left that room other than to go to the bathroom the entire day, and she's not going to all night. I'm going to be doing this live stream till later, and I'm going to get done, and she's going to go at least 4 more hours after that. She's been waiting 6 years for this, right? And that just makes her happy. So yeah, there's a lot of for a lot of us, you don't have to constantly find something to do. There's joy in having time to chill. Plus, it's a very social country, so you want to go out and meet people, right? Just leave the house, it'll happen. D says, will a 25-year-old white American have any safety concerns in Nicaragua? Nobody has safety concerns in Nicaragua. Single women always have safety concerns. I always have to preface that. If you're a woman and you're traveling on your own, there is a safety concern everywhere in the world. There's just no way around it. But if you are a single woman traveling anywhere in the world, then the place you want to be is Nicaragua. It's the most safe, right? That doesn't make it safe, right? That's the danger that women live with. But on the scale of where are women most protected, Nicaragua ranks in the top 4 in the world, right? It doesn't get safer than this. For the general population, it is one of the safest, right? It's like the safest in the Western Hemisphere, more or less, but it's not the safest on the world stage, but it's quite safe, right? But so wherever you're coming from, D Gilbert 32, chances are Nicaragua is going to be safer than probably anywhere you've ever experienced, or at least one of the safest places you've ever experienced. But if you're coming from the United States, like if the U.S. is what you're used to, you're going to struggle to find situations as dangerous as normal life in the U.S. Not that you can't go into rough barrios and find places that are a little bit sketchy. Like, obviously you can, but normal life is so safe in Nicaragua. Like, it's gonna blow your mind. If safety is your concern, you'd be here already. Ben says, yeah, American football. Sorry about that. Anyway, lots of great activity sports. I play pickup soccer myself in the Galerías playfields. Galerías, like in Managua? Alex says, they joke that they change the plates as soon as they get across the border. Roberta says, I couldn't imagine at 25 not starting a family or dreams of a 25-year project. Retired to me means free time is now used to extend one's health. I hope you choose a long-term project for sure. Always enjoy your live shows, Scott. Thanks. Thank you, Roberta. Yeah, I would, if I was retired at 25, I would certainly find things that would keep me super busy. Although, you know, live streaming every day, or not live streaming, but doing a video every day would be one of those things. Like this actually, like going out, making a YouTube channel, uploading that every day, like this takes a big chunk of the day. And then you add, if you were to do, like go to the gym and go to outdoor activity and shower, obviously, cook 3 meals a day on your own, right? So I'm so busy, I have people cook for me. I never cook now. I actually cook quite often, but not for myself. And is that TJ? You're getting football on Plex Live. I do all these things so that I can do more activities that aren't those things, right? But I also, when I have a certain amount of free time, my daughter and I cook together as like an activity. Like we're always, you know, trying to be social and hang out and find ways to spend time together. So yeah, if you're 25, I bet what's going to happen is you'll be like, this is fun and all, but after a little bit of time, you'll be like, but I could do some big thing. But, you know, I have a TV tuner so I can watch the local channels from the States. Ah, cool. It is 8 o'clock here in LEòN, Nicaragua, which makes it 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. Oh. So Marcela will probably be on the show in 2 weeks. She's not going to be back in LEòN for 2 weeks. Janet says, good time zone knowledge. Thanks. I'm hopefully, you know, I don't know, you're probably right. It's probably like cacophony, normal word for me. To me, Americans know time zones, but they probably don't. They don't know how to calculate time. No one does that. But most, I think, Americans know their 4 time zones. Probably not. Nobody knows their daylight savings time, though. That one, how does nobody know? I don't even... How do people not need to know what time it is? It's amazing the things that people think. Like, oh, daylight savings time is going to make things better for people. How? No one knows how to tell time. No one can tell when it is or isn't daylight savings time. No one knows what time anything is happening. In the recent time is the only time daylight savings time even had any hope of working because your clocks change automatically. In the old days when they didn't change automatically, no one could even tell it was daylight savings time. Farmers go up by the sun. They don't use clocks, right? They'd be like, what are you talking about? It's a different time. Why is it even a time? Sun up, sun down, noon. That's what we got, right? Daylight savings time couldn't be any dumber if RFK himself came up with it. Like, my gosh. The worm is driving the van, people. And that Benjamin Franklin came up with this stuff? Like, I mean, I get it. The guy electrocuted himself. He had his issues. Did he have syphilis? He acted. Daylight savings time, to me, that seems like a syphilis fever dream from someone with dementia. That makes sense. I'm going to look that up. Ben says, yep, the big city, just on the backside of the Galleria Mall, still trying to convince the wife to catch a ball game at the new stadium. Benoit Ross says, I don't. Pina colada and a pool is all you need. Oh, I don't. Period. Pina colada and a pool is all you need. I get you. There's a lot of other people have apparently come to the same conclusion that I did about Benjamin Franklin. Coming up with daylight savings time requires some serious dementia. Okay. According to ushistory.org, he was joking about daylight savings time, not proposing it. And then idiots later did it anyway. The Franklin Institute actually has a whole thing on how Benjamin Franklin did not do this to us. Nice. Well, we're going to read this because we always need a little bit. We're just going to go through this. If Oregon was always on daylight savings time, I might have been able to survive a little better, but Nicaragua's sun is fixing the problem better. Actually, daylight savings time takes the time away from the sun. It makes you get up in the dark. Diego is here. Hello. All right, we're going to read this. Daylight savings time, the practice of moving the clock forward 1 hour, has many critics. Losing an hour of sleep only to wake up in darkness? No thanks. But is Benjamin Franklin to blame for this invention? Daylight savings time is one thing that Franklin did not invent. He merely suggested Parisians change their sleep schedules to save money on candles and lamp oil. Wow. The common misconception comes from a satirical essay he wrote in the spring of 1784 that was published in the Journal de Paris. In the essay entitled An Economical Project, he writes of the thrifty benefits of daylight versus artificial light. He describes how, when woken by a loud noise at 6 a.m., he noticed that the sun had already risen. Quote, your readers, who with me have never seen any sign of sunshine before noon and seldom regard the astronomical part of the almanac, will be as much astonished as I when they hear of his rising so early, and especially when I assure them that he gives light as soon as he rises. I am convinced of this. I am certain of my facts. One cannot be more certain of any fact. I saw it with my own eyes. His conclusions, rising with the sun, would have saved the citizens of Paris, where he was living at the time, a great deal of money, an immense sum that the city of Paris might save every year by the economy of using sunshine instead of candles. Tongue firmly in cheek, Franklin went on to propose regulations to ensure Parisians became early risers. First, let a tax be laid of a louis, gold coin, per window on every window that is provided with shutters to keep out the light of the sun. Second, let guards be placed in the shops of the wax and tallow chandlers, and no family be permitted to be supplied with more than 1 pound of candles per week. Third, let guards also be posted let guards also be posted to stop all the coaches, etc., that would pass the streets after sunset, except those of physicians, surgeons, and midwives. Fourth, every morning, as soon as the sun rises, let all the bells in every church be set ringing, and if that is not sufficient, let cannons be fired in every street to wake the sluggards effectually, and make them open their eyes to see their true interest. For the great benefit of his discovery, thus freely communicating and bestowed upon me, on the public, I demand neither place, pension, exclusive privilege, nor any other rewards whatsoever, he continued. I expect only to have the honor of it. So who actually first proposed daylight savings time? We can place the blame on a New Zealand entomologist, George Hudson, who wanted more daylight in the evenings and presented the idea in 1895. Which is why daylight savings time puts most of us in the dark most of the time and cause people to lose daylight rather than to gain it. And that explains a lot, that it was definitely not Benjamin Franklin. So that's a really interesting article. I'm glad that I found that, because that is something that people are always taught. And what a horrible, shameful thing to put on Benjamin Franklin, who made fun of people for not having daylight, and be then accused of being the person that took the daylight away. Like, the exact opposite of what actually happened. And the whole thing about daylight savings time is, if you want more time, get up at the time that makes sense. So Benjamin Franklin was this was an anti-daylight. It's not just that he didn't invent it. He was anti-daylight savings time. Because the whole idea of daylight savings time is that you shift the clocks and you get up at times that don't make sense and you do things in the dark and you are stuck with the clock rather than the sun. If we did stuff by the sun, that makes me angry. And it's only from 1895. How? How did anybody make that mistake? That alone, that one thing alone, is worth moving to Nicaragua over. That we don't have any of that. None of that nonsense. Brazil used daylight savings time to curb peak electric demand. But does it curb electric demand? Because it doesn't change when people use electric. It just changes the times on the clock. It just makes things more difficult. It doesn't change when things happen. Because, like, farmers still get up at the same time, which lots of things just keep going. Everyone says it curbs peak electric demand. But does it actually? Because it always seems to create more. And it definitely causes tons of other problems, like, heart attacks. What Nicaragua fixes is that it's warm and friendly after dark, so you can stay out and do things. Because the thing is, if you actually... It doesn't change the time that people get up to work. Though. That's the thing, right? If we wanted people to work when it was cost effective to work, we would just make them go to work at that time. But that's not what we're doing. We're changing the time of the clock, not the time that they go to work. So if you're a company like ours and the daylight savings time changes, you still go to work at the same time, not the time on the clock, the same time. So daylight savings time doesn't change the time that we work. Same as farmers, it doesn't change the time that they work. Or artists, it doesn't change the time that they work. Who does it change? Banks can change their time. Now, a lot of places keep the time, but why? Right? They don't need to. But if they did, because nothing when changing daylight savings time makes anybody go to work at the new time or at the new whatever it is. Schools, it does if you have that kind of school. So the U.S. was able to use it to do the opposite, right? The thing that it did for schools in the U.S. is it made us go to school in the dark instead of in the light. So the increase in electric was a lot, right? They had different times for different regions. No, I know it's not based on the sun, but that's the whole thing, is that it's supposed to be based on the sun. That's why it's called daylight savings. The idea, I'm gonna read something, see if. How do they measure that it saves? Because nobody ever does both to compare. It's yes. So according to Scientific American, studies show that daylight savings time changes ultimately lead to greater power use, not less. Which is what makes sense, because it makes people consistently work in the dark instead of in the light. Because people naturally, all the times that people worked were based around the sun. That's why people work during the day and not at night, right? Like just in general. So our entire society is based around working when the sunlight is available to reduce electricity, or because we didn't have lights originally, right? But so we already adjusted to attempt to maximize. By shifting the clocks, you have people who don't shift their time, and it causes all kinds of mayhem. And then you have people who do shift their time. They're the ones at fault, right? Going to work at a specific time rather than at a certain offset from noon or whatever is a far bigger problem, right? So they're to blame. But they then have to go in the dark, and thereby use more lights. Now, the reality is that lights are not significant in the power usage. It's the other things, which has made it not such a big deal. And it shifts where power gets used, right? When you're home versus when you're at work. So it may shift between those two. But like if you're going to run air conditioning, you run it either way or whatever, just where it is. So in 2006, Indiana instituted a daylight savings statewide for the first time, examining electricity usage and billing since the statewide change. Now remember, this is only a part of the state. Some of it had always done it, so the difference is less than it really would be. They found that for half the state changing, it increased overall electricity use by 1%, causing a $9 million loss for the state. Not to mention the additional medical cost and other lost revenue, because daylight savings time is widely known to be the most anti-business thing ever. It takes hatred of capitalism to do this stuff, and just damaging to the healthcare system and stuff. Like, they know it's the number one day for heart attacks. The bigger thing is, they claim that daylight savings time reduces the demand for household lighting, but that's not the experience of anyone I know. Everyone I know had to do stuff in the dark instead of in the sunlight, so it didn't make any sense. But what it did, which is much more important, is that it increased the demand for air conditioning. It meant that people were expected to work and do things when it was hot rather than when it was pleasant, causing overall problems. So exactly, humans had spent tens of thousands of years adjusting their schedules to when it makes sense, just naturally, and our biorhythms. And daylight savings time is an attempt to disrupt our biorhythms. But then the problem is they've now gone to daylight savings time nearly all the time. So everything in life is just shifting to the new time. Well, then they'll have to do it again, because people will just change what time they go to work, right? Because when I was a kid, we went to school at, 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning is when I had to go to school, right? Well, if they shift the time and call it something else, well, over time, the school will have to shift the time, because everything will shift and be like, But what's weird is it makes noon not noon, which is a problem because people are used to noon being 12, but that's not. Noon actually means when the sun's overhead. Noon doesn't change. Noon doesn't care what your clock says. It's also weird that they only do it during the summer. Why would they need to do it during the summer when we have sun? Why do they need to take? We don't have any time. We would spend our whole day with daylight during the summer in the north. But they found a way to force children to have to do things in the dark, and then their parents to take care of them in the dark. It's very strange. But if you are in winter, then they're like, doesn't even matter. Just go back and have it all be weird. Well, in Brazil, they were trying to stagger when factory schools and businesses started. So it'd be like 8 a.m. in Managua, 30 minutes later. It's crazy. Oh, I see. But so the thing that I'm saying is that if you're in Brazil and they changed all these times, why would the factories and businesses and such change with them? Why would, if the government, so as an employer, if the government says we're going to change the number on the clock, we just go, whatever, you're crazy. It doesn't affect us. Now, schools, if the government controls what time people go to school, but then that creates a problem that the factories may be like, well, that's not our problem, that's your problem. You had kids and you voted for a crazy government, so now that's your problem. But unless those factories are all government factories and businesses are all government businesses, what would make them open at a staggered time? And businesses specifically operate at the time they do, not because of the time on the clock. And that's my point, right? Schools, because they're government, are different. Business operates because it's the sensible time to open. They turned the electric off. But if they were turning the electric off, why did they change the time? Because then they just tell people when they have to work. Well, you're not going to have electricity until 7:30. You're going to have it at 8. You're going to have it at 8:30. None of those things explain why they did daylight savings time. Controlling electric access is its own insanity. But none of those things, it's like saying, well, we want to increase bread production. Okay, but that doesn't explain why you shot yourself in the head. Well, it was because we wanted to do... Okay, but that thing doesn't lead to shooting yourself in the head. None of these things... none of these things that Brazil is trying to do have any connection whatsoever to the daylight savings time. But that they needed to stagger the electric, I totally understand. But that's a unrelated activity and would be directly destroyed by the daylight savings time. Because if you had to do rolling electric, you depend on clear, concise, reliable time. Doing that with changing time would just be so counterproductive because no one would be clear when that was going on. When did they do this? I guess that if you have a contract that says you work between X hour and Y hour, you just need to do it. But Diego, that's as an employee. As an employer, why would you do that? Right? That makes no sense. And who has contracts that way, right? Maybe somebody. Sorry, they exist. But if you have a contract, it's normally... at a time zone, right? So if I give you a contract that says you have to work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., first of all, that's weird, but okay. But it's not 8 a.m. in some magic world, right? It's 8 a.m. in a time zone. So if the government goes to daylight savings time, your contract would actually not be for that time. It would be for the former time because the time zone is still the time zone. So if you wrote a contract, which I guarantee no company in the history of the world has ever done, that you go to work at 8 a.m. according to, and then list a government agency who is setting the time, because governments don't actually set the time. They set a time, right? So for example, the United States sets what Eastern Standard Time in the United States is legally. But they don't set what 8 a.m. is. They can't. 8 a.m. is a time offset from noon, right? It's just a number. And so it's not, if you want to do a thing like that, you have to write a contract that takes into account the jurisdiction. It's something that no one would ever do. So all of those, like everything like that, has this fundamental, but there's something left out, right? And it's just like when I was a kid, right? The time zone, the time changed, but it meant because I went to school, had to go in the dark. But my parents, who didn't have to go to school, stayed on their same schedule as always. Because my father was a professional and set his own hours, and he worked for a sensible company that would never ask you to shift for daylight savings time. And my mother worked from home, so why would she change her hours? And during the summer, I didn't change my hours. It was only during little tiny windows back then, because daylight savings time was only during the very end of school and the very beginning of school back when I was a kid. Now it's much more. And because we had a farm, those things didn't change. And the farms are locked to the sun. So no matter what the government says, the basics of our time system are farmers. Always have been, always will be. And that can't change. So I grew up in a farming community, right? Nothing changed for daylight savings time. Everybody ignored it because it didn't affect anybody except for kids. It just made school harder for kids. Which a lot of things, right? They know that getting kids up early is generally, every kid is different, generally incredibly detrimental to learning. So a school that is a true school there to educate would always be pushing for later times, much later, and not shift it with one. They wouldn't shift with daylight. They'd be like, okay, remember daylight savings time starts tomorrow, so instead of starting at 8, we're starting at 9, so that you get up at the same time with the sun every day, right? That's something they would be doing if they were taking education into account. Basics of education. The smallest amount of effort would be nice. I've heard of places changing starting time due to traffic, but not change the time itself. Right, because if you change the time, then all the traffic changes. But if you change the time of your work to accommodate the traffic, then you fix it. Right, Alex is right. That's one of the problems, is that if companies are affected by the time, like the theory proposed, no one has ever proposed a theory that makes sense for daylight savings time, right? Never. They're all based on fantasy land, right? Well, if we tell people that the time on the clock means something different than it does, but it doesn't, it's an arbitrary number already. Why do I care if the number is shaped like this or shaped like this? It's just an arbitrary number. I don't get up at midnight. It's not like I start at 0. I start at the time that's practical based on the sun, right? So how is this supposed to work? Why would it? And people automatically adjust when they go to work. Lots of people do, so they avoid traffic or whatever, right? So the idea is, if the government says that the sun directly overhead is 1 o'clock instead of noon, or is 1 o'clock instead of 12, sorry, noon is 1 o'clock instead of 12, then their theory is that every single person has to somehow shift what they do based on that, which is completely flawed. But if they did, it would create things like traffic problems, and it would also imply that traffic problems would be far worse than they actually are, based on the theory that people can't adjust their schedules based on conditions. That's the whole thing, is that your schedule without a clock is based on conditions. But daylight savings time is the theory that they can adjust the clock, and that you will stop being based on conditions, but no longer be based on anything. Diego says, at least here, you have to identify your working hours in your contract. Diego, I am an employer here. We do not have to do that. Because there are different requirements if you have a nightly shift or a mixed shift or a daylight shift. it depends on the kind of work, but even if you specify, my point was, even if you do specify hour in a contract, which we don't have to do here, there are situations where you may have to do that, but as an employer here, we never have to do that. The daylight savings would not affect those hours, so it would create a problem. So if daylight savings is implemented, companies will follow the government clock. No, why would companies follow the government clock? That makes no sense, because your contract isn't for the government clock. Because if they don't, their employees would be working less hours. No, they'd be working the hours in their contract. So if your contract is for 8 Central Time to 5 Central Time, and the government changes its time zone to be daylight time, your contract would still be for Central Time, CST. So the problem would be that the clock would be different, because the clocks in theory are government clocks, but the time in your contract is not a government time, right? That's where it runs into bizarre problems. If you had to do that, right? So no country that I know of that has those things has the need for time in the contracts, right? So it's a combination of factors. But what I'm saying is, like, trust me, 40 years of thinking about this problem, no one has ever proposed how it could possibly have a benefit, but the number of negatives. And no one has ever proposed how you can enforce it unless you tell companies that they are not allowed to work at certain hours. And then it's just the government's just taking over the business, right? But if the government could take over the business, why did they change the clock? They could just set the time however they want. You must all work an hour earlier. Whatever you're doing now, you have to do it an hour earlier. The government could say that, and that would be far easier than changing the clocks, right? That's where it doesn't make sense. For any stated goal involved in daylight savings time, you have another mechanism available to any party that can implement daylight savings time that will be simpler and more effective, right? Because just implementing that time would... So if you had a company whose contract was based on government time, not the time zone, which I guarantee has never happened in the history of the world, that they would then shift from everybody else, like farmers. So if you're a trucking company, right, you've got employees who drive trucks, and they do this. Well, now the food is not going to be available to go on the truck, or the food's going to sit idle for an hour. And you're going to have to provide security guards to watch the things, because the farmers are handing it over because they have a contract. Right, like, it's daylight savings time in countries that have implemented it has proven none of those things work. And like the degree to which it would require non-government agencies to either be completely controlled by the government or voluntarily do completely insane things has proven that it just doesn't hold up. D. Gilbert says, how would you go about getting an eSIM for 3-month trip to Nicaragua? Which is the cheapest option? I mean, the answer is always the same. There's only one way to get anything. You just walk into the store and ask for the SIM when you're here. What's the question? So it's basically the same anywhere in the world. More or less, you just, if you're in Guatemala, you're in Germany, you're in Japan, right? You just go into the carrier's store under normal circumstances and ask for it. And that it's 3, whether you're getting it for 1 day or for the rest of your life is all the same. So that's it. Right. It's a little bit easier to get it from Claro than it is from Tigo. So that's the one thing that's different. Yeah, about $3. And that generally comes with like 2 days of service, I think. They give you a little bit, so you get the SIM and you get to use it a little bit to be like it works and stuff. But then you'll want to top it up right away. I think, yeah, 90 cord. I think that's the last time I bought one. I think it was 90 cord. So less than $3. It's probably gone up. So presumably you have an iPhone, which is why you need the eSIM. So you don't recommend an online eSIM? No. Why would you do that? So those would be so your goal was to be cheapest. That would definitely be the most expensive. What's the? I mean, it's nice to have service before you get here, but like you're saving yourself an hour, right? Like, I mean, they're not going to be that expensive, but they're going to be many times the cost of a sim here. And who knows who your service is going to be through. I mean, it's got to be either Claro or Tigo, I'm sure, but that you'll know who your carrier is. You know, if you're coming here for 2 days and you don't have a single moment to spare, sure, paying all that extra fee to have one of those expensive travel phone providers it can make sense, right? But you're coming for 3 months. You want control. You want a thing that people can service here. You want a thing that's cheap. You want the high performance. Those things normally give you a 1% of the performance of what you get from an eSIM here, right? Because I bought mine today, right? I pay for 15 days. So you'd have to do this 6 times for your trip. Hold on, I'm on Claro, Nicaragua, regardless. I'm going to get the actual numbers, but it's 200 cord each time, so that's under $6. What is that, $5.50? So 6 times, you're looking at like $32 for, and think about this for a second, unlimited WhatsApp, which is the only thing you use a ton of. WhatsApp, YouTube, Instagram, all the major things, unlimited. And you're recognized as having a valid number. Heaven only knows if those foreign ones will do that or not. Probably they do, but I don't know. No guarantees. So for $30, you would have $32. You would have 3 months of extremely fast Nicaragua service with unlimited on the things that you really use, and then every 15 days you'd have 9 gigs to go through, like, of email or whatever isn't WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, all the big services, right? So yeah, I can't imagine any of those. Who did you mention? Let's see. Does Maps work in Nicaragua? Google Maps are, I mean, they work. Oh, Diego. Okay, so an eSIM is like, so if you have a computer, we used to have floppy disks. Now we have hard drives, right? So if a floppy disk works for you, that's fine, but it's cumbersome. If you live in Nicaragua and you never leave, then having a SIM card or an eSIM is exactly the same, like literally exactly the same. Except you can pop one out and physically move it between phones, and the other you have to scan a code and move it between phones, but that's roughly the same. The function of an eSIM is to give you unlimited storage. It's not really unlimited, but it's insane numbers, without having to physically deal with the SIM. So it lowers the cost while increasing the capability. So for those of us who travel, I can go, because I have an eSIM phone, and I can go to Guatemala and get an eSIM, and I can go to the US and have an eSIM. So I've got 2 eSIMs in here now. I've got T-Mobile and Claro. And then I can go to Guatemala and pick up a Claro or a Tigo, whatever I want. I can go to Bolivia and get one. I can go to Argentina and get one. I don't need to, because my T-Mobile gives me all those countries at slower speed. So I only get Nicaragua because I'm here all the time because I live here. But if I was going to spend any amount of time in another country, I just throw an eSIM on here. I don't have to open it up. I don't have to take the case off. I don't have to take a SIM out. I'm not limited to 2. That's the thing, is that the most SIMs I've ever heard of going into a single phone is 2. But this one holds more than 30 eSIMs without having to take the case off and without having to risk waterproofing. Waterproofing being, those 2 things are the big ones, right? SIMs make waterproofing more difficult, more expensive. just in general, SIMs make things more expensive, and they limit you to, most people have only one, and as an expat, none of us are okay with only having one. We've all got to have two or more, and most all of us use two all the time, and having the option to just add them at any time without giving up your others is a big deal. Right, because in the old days, it wasn't that long ago that when I lived in Nicaragua in 2015, Nicas were popping SIMs all the time to switch things. A great example, here in Nicaragua, a lot of people have both Claro and Tigo. Well, if you're one of them, and I technically am one of them, I just didn't put my Tigo on here, then the only way to do it is I could have all of those with the different ones in this, but you can't if you have a SIM card. There's no phone on the market that can hold that many SIMs. So that's why. Like, it's the future. There's no downside to eSIMs. They're just better. But they're not a big deal. They're just a little cheaper, a little better. Technology just moved on. Does maps work? I never understood. Oh, dang ducats. Oh, dang buckets. Oh, bang ducats. I got here late. Hey, Pizzazz. Yeah, you're a little bit late. It's not terrible. D. Gilbert says, how do you get the best price at the markets? Good luck. Do most vendors have pricing posted? Absolutely not. Or is there a fair amount of bargaining? It's all bargaining, and you are going to pay gringo prices. That is just how life is going to be. You'll have to be here for a long time. Don Timoteo says, everyone I know uses WhatsApp, so they don't care about the carrier anymore. Right, yeah, no one cares about the carrier anymore. There's a few businesses that do, but it's weird. The only reason that people that I know do it is because if one goes down or has a problem, they can just switch whichever one. That's really it. That's why I was on Tigo for a long time, because T-Mobile uses the Claro network, and so it seems stupid to have both on Claro, and so that's why I did it. But then Claro just has been better than Tigo, so I'm just happier with them. Tigo's fine, but Claro seems better, so it was worth giving up the redundancy for me to have slightly cheaper. I think it's slightly cheaper, and slightly better service. Yeah, no one ever makes a phone call, so it doesn't matter. Coming down here in Managua. Hey, James. Congratulations. Is it... Oh, coming down. You mean the rain? Do we have a rainstorm in Managua? My dog is snoring. She's really hoping that it's not coming down here anytime soon. She's sleeping, so our barometric pressure hasn't dropped yet. If we so much as have a pressure drop, she will start getting nervous and... Expizzazz, $35 a night, hotel in Nicaragua. Nice place. Thanks for showing me. Just saying Vietnam is half that. Vietnam also has so many more people, right? The thing is that we don't have tourism. So tourism stuff is much more expensive. And Southeast Asia is definitely cheaper than Nicaragua, right? You pay a premium for Latin America to some degree. Te Naranjas. Ari Wi-Fi. I recently got Claro Fiber, 100 megabits, seriously cheap. 281 cords. Just did a speed test, 121 down, 19 up. Okay, good to know. That's what... Andrew, are you still on? He's getting 19 up on the 120, on the 100 plan. So they're not stringently limiting the download speed, which is excellent. They're 100 or better. Oh no, what was I talking about, Expossess? About what I was saying is that Vietnam is a really large country with a big tourism market, and so they have a lot more. So, for example, you can fill hotels, right? And they don't have the cost of air conditioning. So considering easily that place that you say is $35 a night has $20, well, I appreciate that, has $20 a night in air conditioning cost and electricity cost to run the air conditioning. They're only potentially making about $15 a night for a place. They had to buy the property, build the place. They're right on the water. Not right on the water. You know what I mean? They're, I don't know, whatever that is, 50 yards off the water, but they're close. They're very much water adjacent. It's very hard to get those prices down because the labor is higher here, and there's, they'll be lucky to get 25% occupancy. Whereas in Vietnam, presumably, you have much higher occupancy rates with much lower overhead cost. And so, yeah, things are cheaper, right? Southeast Asia is probably the cheapest area of the world. So especially if you're comparing against very expensive activities in Nicaragua, which include being a tourist in a kind of non-touristy area. And then compare that against Vietnam, where those things are like their strength, right? Then, Vietnam's going to be quite a bit cheaper. So it's just kind of understanding the market, and if our only goal was to be cheap, even Vietnam's not the best, right? Like Cambodia and Laos are most likely going to be your extreme low cost options. If every penny mattered, and for us, we're fine. Like Nicaragua's definitely cheap enough, right? The cheapest place in the West. But we could probably fly to Asia, get to Cambodia, and over time, like over probably a course of about 2 years, we would lower our total cost of living enough to make it that we actually spent less than living in Nicaragua. That's reasonable. It also means that your potential for investing and making money is even lower, because if you're charging $20 a night for a hotel room and you have to watch over it and manage it and have people clean it and stuff, their margins have got to be really tough. I mean, the margins are really tough here, right? It's incredible. Like that place, they'd be lucky to make $5. And it's, for a place like that, they're not really making money on the room per se. They're making a few dollars on the room. What they're really making money on is that they did all the construction themselves, right? So it's Ida, my housekeeper, it's her brother's place. Her brother is our HVAC guy, right? So he built the place. He put the cinder blocks in himself, did his own masonry, probably put on his own roof. He definitely put in his own air conditioning. He did his own tile work. And so what he's actually doing is not making his money or hoping to make his money off of his investment. He's investing in order to control his employment. And so it's going to be him and them cleaning the place and stuff. And so what they're really doing, I don't know this for a fact, but I assume my housekeeper will at night clean that place, right? She has plenty of time. She could do that. And she used to clean hotels. Like, she knows exactly what to do, and that place is small. So what they're doing is buying their own labor. And it's a practical thing to do, but to look at it as a business, you kind of have to look at it and say, oh, okay, what they're doing is locking themselves in to guarantee themselves a job, but they still have to do the work, and the money that they're earning is primarily just giving themselves a guaranteed part-time job to do it, or hoping to get a part-time, right? If no one rents it, then they don't get that, right? But that's the kind of the theory behind how it works and why it works for them. Diego said, Claro is just better. I love that they gift me a few days of data every month. Oh, they send me all that stuff. I never use it because it's just so much spam. I cannot handle it. Expat says, hold on, I'm watching all your ads. Don't skip the ads. Yeah, it was a nice hotel. You might book it based on your recommendations. Definitely should. That'd be awesome. Ida's family would really appreciate that. Larry says, you should see a huge jump in viewership nationally. Lightning delay of game in Philly. Oh, I see. Oh, we're up to 24 people, so we're seeing something. How can we save the most money on lodging? What are the different options ranging from cheapest to cheap? So if you're really looking to get really cheap, right? And maybe this isn't what you mean, but one, staying on the beaches is not the cheapest. Nicaraguans, and I mean, that may sound obvious, but it's not always. There are plenty of places where the beaches are really cheap because they're just, volume or whatever. Here in Nicaragua, Nicaraguans don't tend to go to the beach. And when they do one of two things. They spend money and then they go to nicer places, or they don't spend money and they go sleep for $2 in a hammock under a palm fronds. Right? That's it. They're like, here's $2, I can get a hammock, and they just sleep outside for the night. So many Nicaraguans do this. That may sound like, oh, you're talking about the really poor people, right? No, not necessarily. Certainly, obviously, poor do that. But people who are quite wealthy, people who own multiple houses, people who have nice cars, will end up just putting up a hammock at the beach. I mean, my next door neighbor does not have bedrooms. They do have a bathroom at their place. And they do have a real roof, not just palm fronds. That's it. They don't have a kitchen. They don't have a bedroom. They do have a spot to park their car, but it's just a spot. It doesn't have a roof. And then they have plenty of places to put up, 8 hammocks. And it's a little bit secure, only a little bit. And they just sleep outside. They probably have like a little closet so they could lock up their stuff or just lock it in the car, which is right next to them. But they sleep in hammocks. Even decently wealthy people do this a lot. You go down the beach and actually pay attention in Las Penitas, and a fair number of the houses are just shells. They have like a facade, so it kind of looks like a house. You might be like, oh, nice. This could be a nice, I don't think it's a nice house. But like, oh, cute little house on the beach. That could be, and then you realize, wait, there's no bedrooms in there. There's just somewhere there's like an outhouse style bathroom and a bunch of people with hammocks. Oh, that's how they're doing it cheap. So that's what cheap beach is to a lot of people. So Nicaraguans don't really go to the beach and spend any money typically. Obviously, there's exceptions. So the cheaper accommodations are in the cities. The cities are way less expensive, right? Just in general, you can start cutting the cost of things in half. By going into the cities. And then instead of looking at hotels, and you can do this on the beach too, though, instead of looking at hotels, you can look at hostels. That's going to save you a little bit, but that place is essentially a hostel. It'll probably be classified as a hostel, but that's a nice hostel with big rooms, just like my place, The Simple on the beach, very high-end hostel, so good luck getting $35 a night. But it's... in the city, you can find hostels that are. I've stayed at one that's like 35 in Granada, but you can also find hostels that are like 9 to 12 if you really hunt around, and safe and everything. Like, we're not talking about like nasty places. We're just talking about not very much space, shared bathroom, and that kind of stuff. But that's what a lot of Nicaraguans, when they travel, that's right. Nicaraguans generally don't have a lot of money, so there's a ton of accommodations of this nature, where you may be in a shared room or maybe a private tiny room with a shared bathroom, and you can stay much, much, much more economically. And so finding private rooms at $20 or even less is generally doable, especially if you're going to stay for some amount of time, right? Like this $35 a night, right? That's a per night. That's like a hotel room. Like if you go to the Hilton, you get this price per night. If you're going to stay for a month, they will give you a deal. Not that much of a deal because they're giving you housekeeping and breakfast and all these things that add up, and they can't really discount it too much. Plus, it's the Hilton, like, come on, you're just going to pay. But if you go to a place like this, now they have no accommodation for this, but you could have the conversation. I want to stay for a month. Will they give me a deal? And I would expect that they would, but they can only give you so much of a deal because of you could use $20 a night of electricity. And even if you don't use it, right, then they have to be prepared in case you do. So it's a little bit difficult. Now, if they don't have air conditioning, if you're willing to stay in places, that's when the price comes way down, right? That's really big. You can have fans and stuff. And honestly, now here in LEòN, it's hot. So that stuff is rough. But if you're even in Managua, I don't have a problem sleeping with just a fan at all. It's great. But so that's really how the low cost stuff is done is if you're going to stay for long term, renting apartments that are apartments, and if you are doing short term, then staying in hostels because they get quite nice, will give you the lower cost options by far. Luke says, I'm back. Had to confirm someone was here to sign for deliveries tomorrow. In the event, I'm at class when they show up. Expat says, oh, no, I definitely want to book that hotel. Say thanks to your housekeeper. I will. She will definitely appreciate that. Diego says, if you're traveling for tourism from North America, wouldn't the higher price of the airplane ticket to Asia offset the $15 cheaper a night of a hotel? If it's for tourism, for sure. There's no way you're going to get cheaper. If you are living full-time, I've lived in Nicaragua long enough that had I moved to Cambodia, it would be cheaper in Cambodia, I'm sure. Diego says, my family just traveled to the beach on the morning and go back in the afternoon. Right? Oh, yeah, tons. That's how everyone in LEòN does it, too. So I was explaining to someone locally, I'm like, look at the beach at night. Like, one, it's a small community, so you don't have, like, a lot of its own stuff. It's only for the tourist, mostly. And look at the water at night, all the places that are directly on the water. Because remember, we're flat beach. We're not a bay. That's dark, scary water at night. It's not pleasant, actually, to be on the beach once the sun goes down, or much long after the sun goes down. Once it's dark, you don't really want to be on the beach. It's not the best. You want to be on the road with the street lights and the parties and the people up against the road with beer and stuff like that. That's where it's fun. So that doesn't make the beach great. And the drive out to most of the beaches is really terrible at night. Las Piñas, that's definitely true, but Pochimil is the same. Huehuete is the same. San Juan del Sur is a little bit different because of the giant community right there, but if you're coming in from out of town, same thing there. Not quite as bad, but a little bit. Popoyo is the same. Right? You're going to find it all over. And so you have a huge culture of people who come in and leave all the time because they don't want to stay on the beach. It's expensive. There's very little to do. And I just found out that the one nightclub in Las Piñas is closed for the next month. There's literally no nightlife for the next month in town. Like, that's wild, right? So everyone on the beach is like, what are we going to do for the next little while? This is a little bit rough. So that's... it just makes it a very tough economy on the beach, and very, very tough to find a lot of things. So there's very few options. Expat says, my apartment rental at home equals about $35 a night, so I'm looking to learn how to save money in Nicaragua as a single guy trying to stretch my budget. If you're a single guy, honestly, hostels because they're fun, right? I'm older, I have kids, and I travel a lot without my kids, but that makes for a little bit more, you kind of want some luxury, that can be nice. I'm often traveling with friends or whatever. If I've got my kids, they want like fancier places. They don't want fancy, but they want something. And but hostels are designed around activity, right? They're designed around younger travelers who want to meet people. Not like meet people necessarily, just socialize, right? And so going to even quiet places like Poco a Poco here in LEòN, right? Or the Spot or whatever, like Volcano, they're very chill, but there'll be activities that you could potentially do. And there'll be other single travelers. Nearly everyone that's there is going to be a single traveler. And it's expected that there will be social areas, like places where you can just hang out at the bar maybe or whatever. A lot of hostels have bars here. So that's one way to go. So you have this socialization at the place that you're at, and a Bigfoot, obviously in Via, like big party hostels, that's a different way to go. But they have tons of people. You get together, you'll have a group of 20 people. They're like, we're all going over to this concert, and then we're going to this bar, and we heard about a dance club over here. So we're going to do all these things, and they're together. They're all paying $15 a night, maybe, and they're in a nice, safe place. And sometimes they get bus rides places, and then they're heading to activities together so they can hang out, but do cultural stuff and not be alone. Which, if you're really comfortable doing things on your own, maybe is too much. It's too much socialization. But being able to go down to the bar and grab a drink and have someone to talk to is nice too. Brett is here. Hola, hola. Exposé says, ¿Cómo está, Brett? Exposé, Luke says, Exposé, I'm in Matagalpa, paying on the high end of rent for a furnished 1-bed, 1-bath, 650 square feet, pretty nice, with Wi-Fi and appliances, washing machine, $450 a month, $15 per day. And I had to give a unfurnished, and this shows my example of, and I just gave this up, right? So this isn't like years ago, this is like weeks ago. I had a 2-bedroom, 1-bath that we furnished with a washing machine, refrigerator, all the kitchen stuff, couches. We fully furnished 2 bedrooms, and we were paying $180 a month. So just over $5 a day, $6 a day. We were paying $6 a day to have a very nice apartment in a gated apartment building in a very desirable neighborhood here in Sutiava. And then we had to pay electric, which was about the same as what Luke pays, which is $11 a month. And so if you take the difference and say we were paying almost $300 less per month. Well, we had to pay for Wi-Fi, but we put in commercial Wi-Fi commercial fiber internet because we wanted really good internet. We wanted it to be a backup work location. Let's just say $250 less per month that we would spend. It's easy to buy all the furnishings really quickly on that if you're staying more than a few months. If you're staying for a year or two, really quickly that price difference is going to allow you to buy the stuff that you want, and that's for a 2-bedroom. If we didn't have to buy the second mattress and the second bed and the second armoire and all that stuff, it would have been even less. So it's those give you some numbers, but yeah, you can definitely, if you wanted an unfurnished apartment on the outskirts of Managua, you could get in for under $100 a month, $3 to $4 a day. But that's if you're signing like a year lease. Exposé says, hi Luke, thanks Luke, good info. Brent says they could just limit the amount of consumption to say enough to run AC at night, anything in excess of that paid by the renter. So the problem with that is, how do you measure that, and how do you measure that cheaply, and how do you measure that quickly while someone's there? So it becomes a very cumbersome process of like, okay, so you stayed for the night, and we're saying you only needed air conditioning from this time to this time. It seems like you did this or that. Like, you've got to have someone who shows up and takes the renter, and for one night or 2 nights, this is a problem, and takes you to the electric box and takes a picture of the electric box and says, here we are, we're both agreeing this is the reading. And then when they go to leave, you stop them and say, okay, you're about to check out, but we're going to go check the meter. We go take a picture, and then someone does the math and figures out what they owe. And if you're doing that for a month rental, absolutely you can do that. But when you're doing it by the day, that meter costs money. You have to pay for those things because you have to have a meter on every room. And your guest has to be okay with it, which most are not. They're like, what? This is like unpredictable pricing? Not okay. And then you have to have this, like, we have to stop you before you check in, and we have to stop you before you leave. And that creates a lot of problems. So that's why people don't do it. There's cost up front, and then impact to the people that come, and then very hard to maintain it. Apartments in Matagalpa, unfurnished, $175 to $250, furnished $75 to $500. Do not pay more than $500. Luke says furnished, $275 to $500. That makes more sense. Backyard Bandit. If you're going south, Surf Ranch in San Juan del Sur is the best place to stay. $35 a night with AC and breakfast. Diego says, Exposaz, are you living here for the long term? In Managua adjacent areas, you can get a house for around $160 to $200 per month. You need to bring your own furniture, though. Diego, in Vista, is it Vistas de Momotumbo? That can't be right. Yeah, it must be. They advertise $84 a month. Is that right? Vistas? Something like that. Luke says electric $16 monthly. Brent says, hostels worked out great for me, even as the old dude. I'll stay at them my next trip down. I already have my faves in LEòN, Poco a Poco, The Spot, and in Las Bonitas, Mano a Mano, all great. Brent says, the electricity cap, I was thinking more for longer term renting. Oh, yeah, if you do longer term rentals, then it's not a problem. Exposé says, Nicaragua, hostels sound like fun. Does it matter if I'm not young? I'm totally in shape, 6-pack abs, just not young. I mean, Brent's pretty young, but he's not 15 or anything. Tony says, I've been meaning to ask. I was watching an old video and Don Johnson's name came up. Is he still there or back to the DR? Neither. He went back to the United States. He had a lot of medical issues and really needed to be in a place with family and care. He was trying to make do without the necessary resources. Being in DR or Nicaragua was not the issue. It was that his family wasn't here. And so it was really falling to people in whatever neighborhood he was renting in to try to help him. And I think in reality, he kind of moved into a dangerous range. I mean, I was with him when he had an altercation with the police, and his response to having a weapon pulled on him by a police officer was, oh, this is weird. Someone should call the police. I'm like, you're being arrested by the police right now. That's what's happening, right? And he couldn't understand being arrested or that a cop had a gun pointed at him. And the cop was not going to shoot him. The cop was understanding that the guy had dementia, but it was a very dangerous situation that he was dangerously unaware of his surroundings in a new place where he didn't speak Spanish, he didn't know anybody. He was in his mind sure he was going to run a business and bring in all kinds of revenue. Had no ability to do that. And got injured quite a few times. He's a real nice guy, but he needed family care. Like he needs people who know him in a familiar environment where they're able to take care of him. And it's very unfortunate that he didn't have the family here, because Nicaragua would have been a really nice place for him. I'm sure he liked the weather, he liked the food, he liked the all that kind of stuff. But the moment he got here, all of us were like, oh no, whoa, how is this going to work? Like, it was a very scary and dangerous situation, and all of us were just constantly concerned about how it was going to work and how he was going to do anything, because he just didn't know his way around and didn't know anybody, and he kept thinking he was going to have care come from the DR, but that never came, and that he was going to have a business set up, and that never came, and some people defrauded him, of course. Internet scams and stuff. So it was just not a situation that on his own he was able to do. So it was very sad, but he is okay. He's back in the U.S. with family at this point. Relatively recently that he ended up going back. Diego says, yes, it's Vistas de Momotumbo. I'm always tempted. At $84, I want to know, right? I feel like we could raise enough money on the show for me to go rent it for a year and just have this tiny little apartment in Vistas de Momotumbo, and we can go film there from time to time and just hang out and be like, this is $84 in a beautiful part of Nicaragua, because it's a great area. Like, the vistas themselves are kind of, but the walking distance from there gets really pretty. And it's right on the highway to LEòN. Like, it's an incredibly practical destination as long as you don't need to work locally. Like, it's pretty cool. Oh, that reminds me. Vistas Expat, while I was typing, Brent answered my questions. Thanks, Brent. Brent, there's a weather delay right now for the NFL game. Are weather delays a thing there for sporting events? I've never actually had one delayed. I've been at events that were canceled because of rain, like the Nicaragua Venezuela opener baseball game, right? The Caracas team, we got rained out in the final two, which left us winning. So, but yeah, I've had baseball called on rain. Kind of have to, but I've been to the rodeo in pouring rain and they just kept on going. So it depends. Brent says, yeah, I'm 65 this week. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Not the young guy in the hostel. It was fine. There were always at least a few people to hang out with. Importantly, who was it? Expat was asking. So here in Nicaragua, Nicaraguans stay in hostels. So there's a difference between a youth hostel and a hostel. A youth hostel is, as it sounds, a hostel specifically targeted towards youth. But hostel on its own has no implication of it being young at all. Like, people who run hostels would be flat out confused if you said that, I'm sure. And especially places like Leyendas in Laborio is, I would say the average age must be above 50. So it is a completely different view from what Americans tend to have. Americans only know hostels as youth hostels under normal, like most Americans. Think of hostels in terms of youth backpackers, but Nicaraguans think of it as not as fancy hotels that normal people would use, right? And so because of that, your grandparents staying in a hostel would be the just natural thing. Like, why would my grandparents want a fancy hotel? They're not made of money. They're going to stay in a hostel like practical people, right? That's how it works. Diego says, in Ciudad El Doral, the cheapest I've seen is 150. You've seen 150 in Doral? Wow, I did not know the houses and vistas were that cheap. It amazes me. So, Diego, I only know that I've seen the sign out in front of, and it was probably at least 6 months ago, in front of Vistas. They had a sign that said 84 a night, but 150 in Doral? I'm actually filming in Doral a week from tomorrow. Yes, a week from tomorrow on the 12th. There's a desfile para el patria in Doral, and I'm going to be down there filming it. So, that would be super cool. But I can't believe they get down to 150. I mean, do you know someone who has a 150 place we can go film? That would be amazing. At 150, I'm always like, I could use a place in Doral. Expossess says, I had to lose weight for medical purposes. It reminds me of my younger days to have a six-pack abs. It is fun. I never had those in my younger days. That would make me feel old. This whole new body from being old. Expossess says, thanks, Brent. I appreciate your advice. Diego says, Ciudad Doral itself, I think it's better. Oh, for sure. I think it's worth the 70 USD more. Yes, I'm sure it is. You have everything inside there in walking distance, from restaurants to salons and dental offices. Yeah, that's why I'm excited to film in Doral. I've never actually spent time in Doral, believe it or not. Like, that's crazy. Everybody talks about it. It's really well known. I know lots of people there. It seems fantastic. Everybody raves about it. So it's one of those places people need to know. Oh, let me know when you come over here. Maybe we can meet. Yeah, I'll be there like 7 o'clock Friday morning. So a week from tomorrow at 7 a.m. And I'll be there all morning. You'll recognize me. I'm the guy I'm the Chele with the beard. Brent says, when I met Don down there, I was immediately really concerned. Nice guy, but I think there needs to be a baseline minimum level of health to make a move like Nicaragua, not to be ableist. So I agree. I think it's true moving to any new country, that you need a certain baseline minimum of health, because you need to be able to figure out that country, right? Like, it just takes some amount of time to be like, okay, how far is the grocery store? Well, I need to walk there. And how far, well, or I need to be able to drive, which obviously he couldn't do. He couldn't drive. He couldn't be left to his own recognizance. He couldn't go for walks on his own. He would get lost and people would have to rescue him and bring him home. Like, strangers would be bringing him home, be like, sir, where are you from? Right? And then they would find like a neighbor and they'd be like, do you know where this guy's from? And like it was rough. Thankfully, some people like Janet was really involved in taking care of him and making sure he found places. But it was all very difficult. Right, and lots of neighbors ended up taking care of him, which luckily is a great community, and people will do that. But you don't want to come down and become dependent on that kind of care, and of course, being at risk of not maintaining knowledge of his environment, like choosing to believe that the cop who potentially is arresting him is a mugger, right, is a really dangerous problem. Right, that he was just not situationally aware enough in a safe way, and going to any new country, especially one with a new language. Like, I get it. If I was to move from the U.S. to Canada, even if I was very far along, I would probably adapt quite easily to... I just realized my dogs are not in here. Oh, no, she is. She's just on the tile where I can't see her. I would probably adapt pretty easily, right? The language is exactly the same. The most cultural things are similar. Like, and I grew up on the border, so that's cheating. But if you moved me to England, I would get by. But at some point, I'd be confused about the money, right? Or some directions would throw me off, and I wouldn't be able to remember the word for lift. And I'd be like, I gotta ride the, you know. And people would be like, the taxi? I'm like, no, you know, to the thing above. Right, and it just, you get so much more, and then you got to have care, right? At some point, you just have to have care, and if you move to a Nicaragua early enough and you establish people to take care of you, even if you're paying them, like, that's fine, then you can make those choices. Okay, this is the house I'm going to rent or buy. This is the space I'm going to convalesce in. This is the space that, this is how I want my groceries done. I'm going to have a person who cooks for me. I'm going to have a person who shops for me. I'm going to have a driver, not necessarily full-time, right? Just I'm going to have, you know, someone come in and make sure the house is clean, check on me. I'm going to have a live-in housekeeper, because then they can really check on me when I, you know, like stuff like that. I think that's really important. And it's easy to do in Nicaragua if you set that stuff up when you're young enough to figure it out. He was not, and he was in that position of, well, he's an adult, he's making his own decisions, but also if he was back at home with family, someone would be like, no, this is a dangerous thing. We're not going to do that. We got to do, you know, something a little bit safer for you, or whatever. So yeah, that was a tough situation, and to Brent's point, I think everyone needs a certain minimum of health, or of course a minimum of available care. People who are ready to assist and know what your needs are and have the authority to actually do something about it. Because that's one of the toughest things is, you know, none of us knew him outside the channel, and so it really is like none of us have the authority to make decisions for him. And so, you know, what are we supposed to do, right? Like, all we can do is try to guide him in a good direction, but that's a very, very tough thing to do. Hold on. All right. Tika said, oh, let me know. Oh, I've seen people rent houses here for $130. There's a Facebook group, and people just ask for houses under X amount. There's many abandoned homes. Wait, there's abandoned homes in Doral? Is that what you mean? People that migrated to the U.S. and just want someone to cover some of the mortgage and clean it. Oh, my gosh. We have a pretty big Cuban community here in Doral. It's become one of the places they come when they just migrate here. I guess it's because it's cheap and safe. How is Doral so cheap? It's so nice. What a great location. My gosh. Nicaraguans don't know what they have. It drives me crazy. Like Ciudad Sandino, such beautiful areas, and people are just like, ew, Ciudad Sandino. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I get, like okay, this drain over here is ugly, and this could use some flowers, but, you know, this is a pretty nice community right here. Jeez. It's, you know, I think something that is needed is finding a way to develop some national pride in communities, right? Nicaragua has a lot of national pride, like, we're Nicaragua, like, yes, but there's a deeper thing where you know, if there was a sitcom or a soap opera that took place in Ciudad Sandino, you could show beautiful scenes of Sandino and the you know, some walkways and the cute little stores and the little plaza and some restaurants and that really fancy panaderia and you know, draft beer on a summer night. It's always summer, right? And you know, life in a cute little gated community and people play. Like, you could make such a good, beautiful story, and people in Nicaragua would be like, our communities are fantastic. We have all this culture. We have all this quirky, neat design. That, of course, other countries have different quirky, neat design. But as an outsider coming to Nicaragua and spending time in the places that no one wants to spend time, I'm just like, what do you mean people don't like it here? This is fantastic. Like, this is so much nicer than where I lived in the U.S. Like, and I lived in nice areas, and I'm very proud of where I lived. You should be even more proud of where people are here. But then get people out in the community and be like, this drainage ditch, we're going to make this nice. And people could do that. Like, some people have some spare time. Chip in. Let's do these things, right? Like, repair some stuff and do some amazing things. 1:30. Migrated to the U.S. I've heard you mention needing a lawyer if you plan to drive there. Could you please elaborate more? So it's not that you need one. It's not like a law or anything. But driving in any new country, you have a lot of unknowns and a lot of concerns because there's a lot of, like... So in the U.S., there's a lot of driving laws that are just overlooked. It's just cultural. I would never pull anybody over for that, right? And in Nicaragua, those things, they get you pulled over every time. There's other things in the U.S. that would get you pulled over all the time. In Nicaragua, no one's going to pull you over. Right, little things like that. It becomes a, I feel like it's true everywhere. Right now, I've driven in a lot of countries. Nicaragua definitely is more complicated. Right, there is a culture of intentional accidents. There is a bumper car culture. There is a complete lack of self-preservation. There are unlit roads. There's just a lot. Right, there's a lot of challenges to driving that result in the potential of a police interaction. And getting pulled over by the police, no big deal, right? We do it all the time. You don't need a lawyer, right? Just whatever. Have your ducks in a row and everything's hunky-dory. But if you were to actually have an accident, not necessarily your fault, right? There is an expectation here that you're supposed to have that handled by your lawyer. And if you don't have a lawyer, you don't have to have a full-time lawyer. You need to have a lawyer lined up because, remember, there's no accommodation for tourists here. You're not in a tourist country. And it's not that Nicaragua doesn't want to have accommodations for tourists. It's that we have no tourists. So they can't afford to create all these mechanisms for tourists that don't exist. So the expectation is you're a Nicaraguan. And that's who all the laws are built around. And if you have a traffic accident, there is an expectation that a family member or a lawyer is going to go out and do some things. For most people, that's a family member, and that's fine. As long as you have a family member who knows what to do, not a big deal. But if you don't have that, then you need a lawyer because you need someone who can call the police and be like, oh, we're going to go file this paperwork on his behalf. We're going to go... plead this case, or in some cases, so the example that comes up, if you haven't watched it, and let me know if you have, because I'll alter how much I'm telling based on that. But so Allison from Allison's Journey had this extreme example of what could go wrong. But they were someone who lived here for a long time. They were not renting a car. That would have helped. Her husband had a no-fault accident. He was involved in an accident. He didn't cause the accident. A person who was clearly at fault, or very, very easily, it didn't take much to see how clearly he was at fault, hit him and died. Well, in a grave bodily harm accident, especially at night, it is required that everyone go to a holding cell until such time as things are determined, which normally takes less than 48 hours. This is not a big deal, right? As a driver who lives here, I am not at all concerned about this. I know some people are just like, oh my gosh, I would never be willing to spend a weekend in jail. Like, but you're not going to jail as a criminal. You're going to jail as a preventative action from you fleeing the country, right? And mostly it's because you have a passport and you could just get out of here, right? You could just run people over and be like, see ya, right? If they didn't do that stuff. So there's some amount of just practical prevention. In many cases, you're a lawyer. I assume, I've not had to deal with this, and I don't know anyone who's been in a situation. I know people who have legitimately killed people. Yeah, they did not get out, right? I know people who completely didn't bother to get out, but probably could have. I don't know anyone who probably could have gotten out and took a logical path, right? That's what I don't know. But I assume if I was to have an accident where I didn't just kill somebody, right, but they died while I was driving, right, they ran into me and died, whatever, that, yes, I would have to go to jail for 48 hours. But my lawyer would go to the police and say, look, we have a prominent member of the community. He is not at fault. You don't think he's at fault. I don't think he's at fault. He doesn't think he's at fault. Nobody thinks he's at fault. And here is his passport. You're going to keep his passport. He's not leaving the country. He has no other passport. We're going to put him under house arrest. He's not even going to be able to leave the house. Right? You'll have his passport, and he's not allowed to leave the house. Right? And we'll post a guard. We'll take pictures for you every hour, whatever you want. And if you need to come see him. And that will probably, and they'll be like, cool, we didn't want to put him in this jail anyway. And that will probably be it, if they even had to go that far. They might be like, the lawyer might be just like, I'm going to hold his passport. And they'd be like, whatever. Right? I'm just assuming. But I guarantee I wouldn't have to spend time in jail. And if I did have to spend time in jail, I guarantee I wouldn't be freaking out. I'd be like, this is uncomfortable and really boring. But I would also know that my lawyer was dealing with whatever needed to be dealt with on the outside, as would be my family. What Allison's situation did is they had this accident. She had no lawyer, no family, no knowledge of the police system or anything. They had lived here for years, so that exacerbated the problem. And at the time that the accident happened, they should have found someone reliable, gotten a reliable lawyer, and dealt with things that way, right? Or she should have pushed for the court system and taken her chances without a lawyer. Probably would have been just fine. Instead, she panicked, declined a lawyer at the time that it should have been, because there was a death, right? Like, I mean, generally when death's involved, it's nice to have a lawyer. And instead ended up essentially advertising to a group of people who were very predatory. She lived in a very dangerous spot, right, in an expat enclave. And they immediately saw, it was piranhas in the water. They saw, or blood in the water with a group of piranhas. And they saw rich Canadians who probably weren't that rich, but were rich compared to the other people they could potentially prey on, who were 100% lost and panicking. And so not only did she not have a lawyer when she didn't have the knowledge she should have had when she should have, she also had a bunch of people jump on the situation and take advantage and convince her to do things like request her husband remain in jail. And the police are like, I mean, it's up to you. So instead of saying, hey, I'd like to bring him home tomorrow, and them saying, okay, that's the process, she said, I want to delay the process. Can you hold him indefinitely? And never countermanded that order. And so it ended up being this, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially, they tricked her into holding her husband in jail for 72 days, triggering just widespread disaster in their lives. And then literally, she ran into a guy who's like, oh, I've heard about your story. And is basically like, how could you let this happen? Is the impression I got. And he immediately felt bad for her and is like, I'm going to call a lawyer. And his lawyer walked in, said, this is stupid. I'm going to be his lawyer now. Let him go. And they're like, oh, cool. We were just waiting for permission to let him go. Here he is. And he was like out the same day. Like that was the whole thing. Right? Obviously, there's more to the story than that. But that's what it came down to. Had the lawyer, had any lawyer for $100 shown up and just said what needed to be said, it would all move forward. Or had she not been duped by fake lawyers, it also probably would have played out the same. all within 24 to 48 hours. So that's it's extreme cases. Oh, it's not worth taking the chance. And then the question becomes, why do you want to drive, right? I understand there's reasons you want to drive, but think carefully about it. Diego says, yeah, tons of abandoned homes here. A lot of people migrated to the U.S. In the street I used to live, there's only like 4 homes that are occupied. My gosh, that's crazy. Weird. Luke says, so long as community pride doesn't turn to HOAs. Brent said, did the other old-timers here hear about Social Security getting rid of proof of life mailing? Seems like a pretty positive development for retired expats. I think I saw something about that, but don't have details. It says, I see, gotcha. I have heard this. Okay, cool. Thank you for answering my question. You're welcome. Certainly you can get away without a lawyer. It's just, I wouldn't. I have driven here and now realize I probably shouldn't have. X-Pizzazz says, with the 6-packs abs, I look forward to staying at a beach hotel. No one needs to know my being in shape is due to doctor's orders. Thanks, Brett. Good info. I wish my doctor gave me orders. Like I don't even have a doctor. Matt says, how many times did you visit before moving full time? Well, so let's be clear. Visit wasn't like, hey, what are we doing this weekend? Let's go to Nicaragua. Oh, this place is cool. Volcanoes, right? My first time was, I don't know if you were here for the story, but I lived briefly in Panama. Loved it. Had to do a little bit of work in the U.S., used the opportunity to switch countries, and just kind of landed on Nicaragua. I'm like, hey, what's next? Not Costa Rica. Okay, I guess the next one's Nicaragua. Cool, let's find an apartment and move. And so we moved temporarily in 2015 and did not love Grenada, but did fall in love with the country. Ended up in 2016 setting up offices here. So I didn't live here in 2016, just set up offices. Kept offices, well, forever. I still have them. But so we've been in business in Nicaragua for nearly a decade. I first lived here a decade ago, and so I put in a good chunk of time when I was here in 2015, several months, and was grocery shopping and cooking and rented an apartment and working from home and walking all over the neighborhood and getting to know every little square inch of everything and traveling all over the country and getting to know the country. Like, we really lived here with the kids and everything. And like it's we had a really deep knowledge of Nicaragua. It wasn't a casual trip. Then less than 4 years later, I was back like a little over 3.5 years later. So a lot of you know Alan from the community. I brought Alan down. My best friend and I came down with Alan to show him the country. And so we spent kind of like 2 weeks down here then. And we're in different parts of the country. And let me tell you, the moment I was back in Nicaragua, I was like, wait, why am I not living here? Like, it hit me. When I was here in 2015, it was like, I like this place. This is great. And so I'd rave about it for a long time. And it's amazing that I ended up opening offices here, because Nicaragua kind of ended up on our radar in this really, like, I don't know, we're just connected to it kind of way. And then we were away. And then when we came back, I was just like, Nicaragua's my place. I had this amazing time. My best friend, it's her favorite country. It was her first time. And she's like, this is fantastic. Why don't we live here? And so I went back home and I went to my wife and I'm like, we need to just go to Nicaragua. Like, what were we thinking leaving? Like we lived a lot of great places since then. Italy, Romania, Greece. Like, we love places that we went after Nicaragua, and I really want to go spend time in them again. But I was like, all those places, there's all these problems, right? We like this, but it's expensive. We like this, but it's remote. We like this, but there's no ocean. We like this, but the language. We like this, but it's not staying the same. Like, it's changing, and by the time we actually move with the kids, it won't be the place we want to retire, right? It'll be temporary, which is okay, right? We like moving around, but we really wanted a place that would, at least our plan was, at least we couldn't rule out it being the permanent place. And so I came back and I'm like, we need to just make our home base Nicaragua, and any exploration, any travel we do is from Nicaragua rather than from the U.S. And it just took a few weeks. My wife was like, you're right, that's what we should do. And then the only reason we didn't move here immediately was COVID. And but that trip in 2019, I was just like, I really forgot how much I liked it, and the country had improved during that time. Like there was a noticeable, the power was better, the internet was way better, the roads were better, the economy was noticeably turned around. Right, the number when I was here in 2015, the shanty towns were outrageous. By 2019, they were noticeably reduced. By 2021, they were dramatically reduced. Right, by now, it's totally different. Right, such a different country in just those 10 years. It's fantastic to see that happen. And so technically, I visited. I mean, you want to be really technical, 3 times. Early 2021 during the COVID blockade. Paul and I flew into Honduras and got driven over the border and came down and spent a bit of time and did a bunch of research to make better decisions. We were already moving to Nicaragua, like we were all in at that point. Turning the ship around was not going to happen, but technically we were here and did a bunch of location scouting for a bit before then moving a few weeks later, officially. But that was, so 2 to 3, depending on how you look at it. But my story with Nicaragua is way more dramatic than a normal person who did 2 or 3 trips to Nicaragua before moving. You know, I would show, like when we showed up in 2021, my team picked us up at the border, drove us all over the country, you know, bought our, you know, dealt with all of our real estate transactions for us. You know, everything was handled by my in-country employees who had been with us for a long time. And we had like a whole group of employees that we were hanging out with. So it was very different than normal people would have. So I had the business in Nicaragua before I lived here, rather than the other way around. Brent says, yeah, the guy was in an accident that involved a death. They didn't get a lawyer right away and just take legal advice from some randos. You wouldn't do that anywhere in the world. Exactly. Like everything in the situation was, what were they thinking? And you understand, you have to watch her, and you can tell from listening to her that she has a lot of the same opinions. Like she panicked. What was she thinking? How did this happen? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. But there's some things that like, I feel that her channel lacked some of the, and here's things we could have done, like, and I mean, let's be really fair. Had she gone on YouTube and said, where do I get information about Nicaragua, and found my channel and sent a note, it all would have been solved. Right? That's how little, they had lived in Nicaragua for 3 years and didn't have enough information to pop on my YouTube channel or Jack's YouTube channel or Elton's YouTube channel or hundreds of other options. But every one of my viewers has several things that could protect them, right? Because you get on and you're like, oh my gosh, just killed a guy. What do I do? Right? And I'm like, and I'll be like, all right, there to help you bury the body. No, just kidding. Like, oh, you need a lawyer? Here, like, send you a lawyer. Is this the right lawyer? I don't know, but this lawyer will find you a lawyer if that's what you need, right? Oh, you actually killed someone? You're going to need a trial lawyer. That is not my lawyer, but they'll get you that lawyer. Like, I have a trial lawyer. Send that person, right? But you have to have somebody to call and someone to advocate, because that's one of the things that they didn't have, is that he was in jail. He's not allowed to do anything. She was the only person they had on the outside. The only one. She had kids to take care of and a severe medical condition, and she was panicking, and everyone was out to get her. They all knew that this was happening, and so they knew they could take advantage of her. And that was just a terrible situation. And so it's a lot of, it was a perfect storm of really bad things happening, but any amount of knowing their community, any amount of being a part of the country and knowing the rules, any amount of having done business normally, and I talked to her about this, right? And I talked to her friends about this, and one of the things is, for us, one of the reasons I have a good lawyer is because we used a lawyer when we formed our company. We used a lawyer when we bought our house. We used a lawyer when we bought our other house. We used a lawyer when we bought a car. We use a lawyer when we rent an apartment. You use a lawyer when you don't need a lawyer, so that you have a lawyer when you do need a lawyer. Right, just general. This is the same as in the U.S., right? I have to do all this stuff in the U.S. Why do I not have to do it here? Of course I do, right? I couldn't live in the U.S. without a lawyer. I have 2 lawyers in the U.S. now. I don't even live there. So 3. I have 3 lawyers in the U.S. and I don't even live there. I have 3 lawyers and 2 accountants. And it's just, you have to, right? The world is a place that requires lawyers. That's unfortunate. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. And they had bought property, bought vehicles, done their residency. That's another one. Like, it's an opportunity to work with a lawyer and have that stuff done in low risk scenarios. And they had either used lawyers that they lost contact with, or didn't use lawyers, but they didn't use the years that they were living in Nicaragua to build up the resources of normal adult life. And that is where I think a lot of us, if we're doing this stuff, come in and say, well, we need to be functional adults. Like, we have to take care of ourselves. No one else is going to look out for us. Like, this isn't even our own country. So I don't have, like, some advocate in the government that can come help me. This is not my government, right? Like, in the U.S., it's like, oh, the state's going to appoint you a lawyer. But here, it's not your state, right? And your embassy is going to be like, we don't know what do you want us to do? That's not our job. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. So it's... they just taken a broader interest in the country and known more of what was going on and been more involved, they would have known people who would have said, hey, here's a person to call, or here's where to start, or here's what you need to do. But they didn't have those resources. And so, I grew up in the country where my parents had moved there right when I was born. And so I grew up in a world where my parents were very, very educated. My father worked as an engineer. My mom had been a teacher, was a banker, and then worked as a politician, a very, very low-level, tiny politician. My mother became a stock trader. That's where she really made her money. My father ended up in operations research and did, like, really senior things. And so I had, like, all these resources at home. But one of the things that was really noticeable is my parents really didn't have community contacts for anything. They didn't know anybody. Even though my mom was a politician, she had relatively few contacts, and the few ones we had, that's why. And, it's like, wow, there's a lot of things we just don't get out of life that everyone gets because they have all these contacts, because you grew up places, you just know people, you know where to go for things. They didn't have a lot of that. And living as I do abroad, there's a huge risk of the same things happening to me. And I've made a real effort, maybe consciously, maybe subconsciously, to be a part of my communities where I live. And with Allison, they lived in an enclave. So they were able to shut the gate and shut out the world. And the enclave tends, not necessarily, but tends to be very insular, not just as an enclave, but from each other. And so they basically didn't know their neighbors. They didn't have, like, a community, as enclaves are very anti-community in general. There's exceptions, again, like, you'll find some cool places, but they're not that common. I lived in Panama in a Costa Rican, did anybody talk to each other? Nobody, right? You go in through man traps, you go into elevators, you go directly into your apartment. There's absolutely no opportunity to speak to other people, and it's designed that way. People like their anonymity and solitude. And because they did this, they didn't have neighbors. So and all those people in their community were all in the same boat. They didn't know lawyers. They didn't know what to do. They didn't have their residency. They don't know anything, right? So it's a whole bunch of the blind leading the blind, but it's the blind not even bothering to lead the blind. It's the blind all going into corners and hiding. And because they because they didn't have anything to do with Nicaragua outside of their enclave, they didn't have local friends. Like I could call any number of people. I could call Marcela. I could call, right, like you name it. All the people you see on the show, tons of people you don't know. People from the, I could call Diego. I could call Janet. And even if Janet doesn't know, she knows someone who knows, right? There's so many people that I could call. I mean, I could come up with a list of 100 people as fast as I could write them down that I already know who live in my local area who could direct me, if nothing else, who, if they aren't the right resource, could direct me to the right resource, to at least get me a necessary lawyer, information as to what to do, a translator, whatever. And to me, that's just part of being an adult. That's part of living in a place, part of taking care of your kids. They left themselves. So a quick story. In Germany, they have a law for expats, well, really more immigrants living in the country, and it is that you must be able to speak German to a certain level. And a lot of people are appalled by that. But the reason that they did it is because a large number, well, a noticeable number of people were moved into the country, especially women, were abused, whether it's by husbands or traffickers or whatever. They were physically abused and threatened that Germany was this evil place that enslaved people, and that if they went to the police, they would be beaten. And because they didn't speak German, because they couldn't casually get help, these people could be kept in a way that looked like they were free. So the police wouldn't notice, their neighbors wouldn't notice, because they were kept prisoner through fear, not through chains. Because they were told if they tried to run, they would be beaten or killed, maybe sold. They were told that maybe they wouldn't be taken back and they'd be arrested because they're illegal and they don't have paperwork or whatever. There's all these things they did to scare them. And if you don't know how, and they're coming from like Africa and Southwest Asia, and places that often have no frame of reference for what Germany is like, and so they have no choice but to believe it or to take their chances. And so because they couldn't read the signs, they didn't know what to do. But once they made it that you had to speak German, a couple things happen. One is that they put up billboards that said, "Are you being held against your will? Go to the police, you're guaranteed protection." The other is that the police could walk up to them and get them to say, "Help me." And they needed that. And if they couldn't say "help me" because they couldn't speak German, then they could do something about it. And they weren't deporting them. They were grabbing them and making sure they got separated from who the people they were with and put into places where they could learn German and or find a translator and find out if they were safe, right? And so that is a recognized thing in Europe, that the lack of knowledge and lack of interaction with your neighbors puts you at risk. You can be imprisoned by the lies and threats of anybody, because you don't know what your rights are. You don't know who's going to protect you. You don't know who is going to work with your abuser. You don't know. And so you need that. And that's where they got caught, because they had voluntarily made themselves prisoners. And then it was too late. Diego says, to be honest, if you don't kill anyone, it's cheaper to pay the police officer than to pay a lawyer. That is true. Well, if you don't kill anyone, you don't need a lawyer, right? That's not you don't have a lawyer for that purpose. You have it for when there's a grave injury. If you're just going to get a ticket, the cheapest thing is just take the ticket. Most people find that inconvenient, and that's why these discussions come up. But in general, that's actually the best thing. Luke says, I lucked out. The first lawyer I met is great. Referred me to transcription services of my documents. Who referred me to my Spanish tutor. Low cost, great people. Honestly, my first several lawyers were all pretty good. None of them were problems. They may not have been perfect for us. They definitely weren't located in the right city. That was on us. But it was very... I don't know what I was going to say. But yeah, we were quite happy with them. Diego says, I never thought about how things are different for migrants. We rely on our families for so much. It's certainly true. And especially in a place like Nicaragua, you have a culture of family, right? But a culture of family assistance, like the idea that it's a number of things, right? You're more likely to live with your parents or your kids for longer. You're more likely to live close to them. Even if you move away, so I live in LEòN. If people here need to go to the city for work, they're going to Managua. They're going 2 hours away. They can take a bus back for $3, right? It's not, It's not a big deal. Whereas, like when I moved away to go to university, I moved to the other side of Canada. To travel to my university required going over 2 international borders. When I moved away for work for the first time, I moved not that far, but 6 hours away and a state border away. Right from Managua would be the equivalent of moving to, Jalapa. Right, like it's enough that it's really cumbersome to go back and forth. When I started doing anything more for work, I was just getting farther and farther from home, and it always was like that. Right, some of the closest I lived to home when I was working was like New York City. It was about 500 miles. Right, so tons of Americans have this experience where one, they're expected to leave home at 18. I mean, I left home 12 days after school, right? I graduated 12 days later, one weekend. It was 5 days, a weekend, 5 days, and I moved to Michigan. I moved to the other side of the Niagara Peninsula in Canada, and lived a life far away. That was normal, or more or less normal, right? Not a strange experience. And so my family support, and my parents live far away from their parents, and we have kids really old, so there is no other parents, right? There's only that. We're all hours and hours and hours away from each other, and all kinds of things are so different and separate us from family in the U.S., or at least not that we're not close to our family emotionally, but we're so far from physically being around our family and physically being able to get assistance from our family. It's really dramatic. And in Nicaragua, everyone's like, oh, I'm going to go stay with my parents. I'm going to go stay with my kids. I'm going to go see an aunt. I'm going to go see a cousin. There's all this stuff. I have never in my life, one time in my life have I on my own stayed with a cousin, or that I wasn't like, if I went to their house to visit them, that'd be different. Like I've gone to my aunt's house to visit my aunt, and I stayed at my aunt's house. But when my grandmother died, I stayed at my cousin's house. And one time I was doing something somewhere and I stayed at a cousin's house in my whole life. That's like it. I've never gotten to stay at a family member's for work. I never got to stay there for, social obligations. It's always either you're visiting family, then of course you stay there, or you don't stay there. But Nicaraguans, it's always doing things with family. And so there's this expectation in Nicaragua, which does hurt certain people, but not very many, that your family is going to be part of your support network and they're going to be there. And in America, there's an expectation that you are always on your own, and the government and social constructs are going to be what handles things for you. And so because of that, if you are Nicaraguan and you move to the United States, assuming you have enough money to be able to do things the same as an American would, I think you'd find that the move is really quite easy, because every single aspect of life is designed around you are just another person. Nobody cares if you're from there, not from there. I understand that there's a lot of racism, but I mean, like, if you show up in a new city, everyone's new to the city. No one's from anywhere, right? Everybody moves for work. You go into a restaurant, nobody expects you to be from the local neighborhood. You're just another person passing through. You go to a job, no one expects you to be from there. You go to deal with the police, they do not have any expectation that you could call anybody or know anyone, right? Just all these little things. But in Nicaragua, it's constantly, well, how are you connected to them? How are you connected here? Why are you here? It's just everything happens through your family. And that really, as an American moving here, is both surprising, but also, oh my gosh, how do we acquire that familial support network necessary to function? Because Nicaraguans get it because they're children of somebody, right? You're born into it, and families kind of owe it, right? Your parents got it from their parents, so you get it from your parent. Like, everybody gets it, everybody passes it on. But we don't pass it on. We're just like leeches on the system. So we show up and we're just here to get support, and we need it desperately, but no one's obligated to give it to us, obviously. So it's very difficult. Do I recommend starting a YouTube channel to vlog about your travels to Nicaragua? I mean, it's fun. If it's something that you would find entertaining, then for sure. I mean, it's been a very interesting thing that I did. And mine was very much by accident. It was like, you know what? I like doing this. Like, let's give this a try. Just like, I like taking video. I like editing video. I like talking. I like hearing myself. Like, it's all my favorite things. So it just kind of worked out. So I think it's more of a question of, would you enjoy that? If you think you're going to make money at it, think again. You are not going to make money at it. But if you think it's just going to be a fun way to share your experiences with people, then yes, it could be incredibly valuable. Expossess says, Luke, I speak Spanish, but I am rusty and would like to take tutoring there to brush up. Can we discuss tutoring? That's a good topic. Luke, you have a YouTube channel. He does. He's had one for a while now. I found a private tutor as I need the direct in-person one-on-one, $8 per hour. There are 2 Spanish schools on the same block here in Matagalpa that cost more. My learning is poco a poco. X says, I am fluent enough to hold a conversation, but I would benefit from tutoring. And Diego says, X says, if you're good enough to maintain a conversation, you should just go for it and speak to people. People are nice and will help you. The one thing, Expossess, that I would say is, if you are coming from other places, the advantage to tutoring here is, if you can find a tutor who will do it, teaching you Nicaraguan Spanish, that's the difference. The directly talking to people, obviously, is super valuable. But if you've never been taught the VOS form of verbs, which you probably have not, that makes just talking to people slow you down in how much you learn dramatically. It's amazing how much that makes things more difficult. So getting some amount of VOS training will help a lot. Says, I taught Spanish class in public school as a substitute teacher, and I'm TEFL certified. Luke, I can get rusty from not using it every day. Oh, yeah. It's like I used to speak Italian, now I can't do it at all. D. Gilbert, I have a few friends from Nica, and they are not too fond of the politics in Nicaragua. Is there much you can say about it? Mostly what I can say is that people who are in Nicaragua get a lot of information from outside Nicaragua. And so one, as expats, we really don't care, right? It doesn't affect us. The results of Nicaraguan politics, like the ends, not the means, right? When you care about politics, you care about means. Which, if you're a citizen of a country, then you probably should care about the means. So that's important. But as an expat, the nice thing is you only care about the ends, right? So what are ends, right? So means are like how an election is held, or how voting is done, or how parties decide majority, and things like that, right? So that's means. Ends, and means can even include things like being right-leaning or left-leaning. Ends are things like clean water, good roads, safe streets, right? Things that the government delivers. And so as expats, obviously we still care about safety and quality of roads. Those are big factors in why we want to live in a place. But we're not part of the polity, so we could not possibly actually care less about the government. And the idea that we would care about the government really comes from a religious perspective in the United States, not a political one. The United States has a tendency to promote politics as religion rather than politics as politics. And that becomes a very murky thing. And so politics, they're so impossible to care about the politics of another place, right? We care about the results, right? Like, I care that the French are being slaughtered because of their government, right? They've decided to just take out scythes and cut everyone down. They're sick of people, so they voted to eliminate people in France. Well, I feel terrible about the ends of what's happening in France, but I don't care how they voted to make it happen. That's stupid to think that I would care. Why would I care? It has nothing to do with me. Nothing. And it's all opinion. But if we make it religion, in religion you care what other people do, right? That's what religion is about. It's all about they have to do what I want. These other people, even though it doesn't affect me, it doesn't matter. So that's why it becomes this ideology of pushing other people must do, irrelevant to me, some specific thing. And it could be anything. So that's an important bit of perspective. But what you tend to get is if you don't live in Nicaragua, you have a tendency to get people who have a very strong connection to North America and get a lot of propaganda from the United States, and there's a lot of misinformation. And you'll hear people talking about what's going on places, and you'll be like, wow, that's really observably not true. Or they believe that some places are different. They'll be like, oh, I don't like politics in Nicaragua because if we did this other thing, we'd all be rich, or and they don't realize that is exactly the opposite of what's probably true, right? And they think that, well, if we lived like the United States does, we'd be safe. No, do you understand you're safer than the United States now? Like, this is actively playing out right now. The ends of what's going on in the United States are not good, right? Nobody should want that right now. So, and the ends that are going on in Nicaragua are pretty darn good. Not perfect, but pretty darn good. So lots of people want that, right? Countries all over the world are super jealous of the ends in Nicaragua. Now, what a country may do is look at the ends in Nicaragua and the ends in the U.S. and say, okay, whatever means the U.S. is doing has resulted in bad results. It doesn't mean that the means are what did it, but it's suggestive. And when you look at Nicaragua, you don't know that the means are producing the good ends, but it's suggestive, right? So a country may look at Nicaragua and say, maybe we want to model some things after that because they're clearly getting some things right. And you look at the U.S. and go, ha ha, whoa, dodged a bullet there, right? So that's kind of important. But being on the ground here, what I find is that we never, that's not true, very rarely find people who are not too fond of the government here. We actually find an incredible amount of support, mostly because people are seeing the ends, right? When you are around people who are engaged with and get to witness other countries, they are incredibly thankful to be living in Nicaragua and like, wow, I didn't realize we have it so much safer. I didn't realize that we don't have this problem with junkies everywhere. I didn't realize we didn't have this problem with homeless everywhere, because the U.S. portrays to Nicaraguans, right, through propaganda, not just the U.S., other places, but the U.S. specifically, portrays to Nicaraguans this idea that, oh, Nicaraguans have it so bad. And Nicaraguans do have problems, right? They have a low average salary, and they have a very big unemployment problem. Both of those things are also primarily driven by U.S. influence. So a Nicaraguan who's upset about those things should be instantly going, wow, the U.S. is the problem. But there's all this propaganda that says, oh, but if all these other places do what the U.S. wants, and they live great lives. They don't know where those places are. Don't go looking, right? So the biggest thing that I can say is, if you ever want to know reality, is come to Nicaragua and look at it. And as an expat, there are things that maybe Nicaraguans don't like that you won't see because they're mostly means. But what you will see is a world where people have much more freedom, much more safety, economic growth, a bright future, hope, things that both American and Canadian systems are not providing on any scale, right? So it's an eye-opening thing that the U.S. is afraid of people seeing. What the U.S. is also afraid of is Nicaraguans who support U.S. ideologies seeing the U.S. firsthand. And if they do see the U.S. firsthand, they want them generally to be trapped there, or at least not to come back to Nicaragua. Because what we get is Nicaraguans who see a lot of propaganda. Obviously, there's exceptions, right? But I'm just talking about statistically. What we see is Nicaraguans who have no basis for comparison see Hollywood films and American newsreels and say, America's so perfect, they have done everything right. I want to be a colonial superpower and screw everyone else. I want it right. That's not really what they're thinking, but they're looking at America being prosperous by harming others, and America's like, come join us on the on the shiny road to hell. And we've done terrible, terrible, evil things, and we're all going to burn for this. But in the meantime, we got a whole lot of large stacks of money. They don't buy us any food. We don't have food. right? So that's going to suck. But we have lots of stacks of money, and that's what's important, right? And the U.S. works really hard to portray stacks of money is the only thing that matters, and that's easy when you don't have a lot of money to really feel like that is true. And to some degree, having money is important. And then when you find Nicaraguans who get a chance to be exposed to the U.S., almost universally you get, oh my gosh, this is not in any way whatsoever what was portrayed. I want to go home, but now I can't. Now it's very expensive. So we see people coming back all the time. We know lots of people who are there who are like, we're scared. We're not sure we can come back. We don't know if we can leave. We don't know what we don't want to get caught on our way trying to leave. We don't know what to do. They're terrified, right? They're living. I know people who have moved to U.S. and other countries like that who have, one, now live in a level of fear they've never known in their lives. And two, I also know people who've moved to like Australia and experienced poverty like they never knew existed, because it is common to be poor in Australia to a level Nicaraguans really don't experience very much, and had no idea that Chile countries had this kind of poverty that Nicaragua mostly avoids. Not entirely, but mostly. And the idea like that there are more people living below poverty in England than there is in Nicaragua. Nicaraguans just are not prepared to understand that because the U.S. pushes so hard that Nicaragua is poor. But Nicaragua feels as poor as it does because America tells them they're that poor, not because they actually are. They are poor, but they are not poor in the way that they think that they are in most cases. So the U.S. really doesn't want people coming back because universally that story is, my gosh, that is not the place that you want to be and not the place you want to be emulating. But in general, what we see is an incredible amount of support for a government that has done an incredible amount for the people, and people who are educated enough to have a scope or have had the opportunity to go out and actually witness things firsthand tend to be outrageously pro-government because the ends are proving that whatever the means are is working. Right. And at the end of the day, if you come from a place like the U.S., we're taught that the means matter. Who cares about the ends? Like, we're really taught that. And in most of the world, they say, what? Like, nothing matters but the ends. The means, the only reason you could possibly care about the means is that you're concerned that the means you have won't maintain the ends, if that makes sense. Right? Like, we've decided to move to a monarchy, and in the short term, the monarchy's good, but long term, maybe the monarchy will fall apart and not maintain the good. Well, that's worried that the means won't continue to do what you want it to do. And so you may want to change the means out of the theory that the means will not be consistent. And it's valid that means are not often consistent when it comes to politics. So that's a reasonable thing. But I recommend you come down and see things firsthand on the ground. And it's what we're told in the U.S. and what we hear in the U.S., right, is very, very different. And so I'm going to guess, though, that you say you have friends from Nicaragua, that you don't mean you have friends who live in Nicaragua. I bet you have friends who left Nicaragua and are reflecting on how they feel about the means for other people. That is my guess, because that's not all the time, but 80% of when someone says that someone has that opinion, it's actually because of something much deeper, and it's good to dig into. Diego says, you can go to jail for more than killing someone now, which is good, same in the U.S. If you're driving under the influence or without a license or in a motorcycle without a helmet, it's 48 hours of jail with you. I don't agree about the helmet one, that it should be that way, but the others, heck yeah. If you're driving under the influence, I'd be down for like 3 years. I'd say that would be the way to go. Without a license, that takes even more preponderance. I'd say 10 years, right? Like that they give you 48 hours. Are you kidding? That's not even trying. But not my circus. The politics that affect citizens do not affect tourists and residents. This is Luke. You're not allowed to engage in politics, and they really don't affect day-to-day life. Same thing if you visit the U.S., right? If you're a foreigner and you visit the U.S. and you're a tourist, you do not get to engage in politics. You don't even get to be neutral. right? You officially have to support the government. That is technically illegal here. You're definitely not allowed to try to overthrow the government, but you're also not technically allowed to support it, which obviously is more lightly enforced than the other, but both are enforced. If you're just like, oh, the government seems cool, obviously they're not going to be like, stop saying the government's cool. Right. But if you're like going out and making a point of being like, this government is awesome, they're going to be like, okay, you need to, no, not your place. We appreciate the support. That's going to get you deported. Right. Because even supporting the government is undermining the sovereignty of the voters, the integrity of the polity. Because people don't know that you're not a citizen. They don't know that it's not your place, that you don't know that you're not affected by all the same things as them. And it opens up a can of worms, right? You don't want a foreign government to put, a puppet into place and then stock the population with fake supporters and have that be something that just works, right? So small countries, places like China, U.S., India, they don't have to worry about that. Nobody has enough people to do that. But small countries have to worry about that a lot because we have neighboring big countries that could do that without even noticing. So it's a very important thing. Xpossess says $8 an hour is pretty good. Diego says, most of my family that migrated to the U.S. always tell me that the worst of migrating, it's the solitude of not having your family around. Definitely that, and the constant fear of being hunted by the Stasi and potentially detained and sent to Central Africa as slaves. But, all kinds of concerns. Expossess says, yes, I plan for a total immersion. I have college credits in Spanish, but I need to spend time in Spanish-speaking country. A person can only learn so much from books. Diego says, the point of support system, it's so true. We all help each other. My parents' family took turns between working and going to work. Going to college. Luke says, swallowing my S since May. Yes, that's hard coming from. Luke says, can't share links here, but under at first Luke Sefer. Channel title is Journeys of a Malcontent. He just subscribed. Diego says, talking about YouTube channels, what microphone do y'all use? I want to start recording tutorial videos. I'm thinking of that's not quite right, but AM8. So yes, that's a very good one. I've not used it, but I know it's a very good one. I am a huge fan of Rode. This is the Rode Pod mic, but it's the cheaper model. The expensive one is the USB model. It's literally double the price. So we're not talking like, ooh, it's expensive, $20 more. Oh, heck no. It is so much more expensive. But this is a genuine Rode Pod mic with the additional pop filter, which is why it's orange. The actual mic is white. I love it, but it's XLR only. And then I have a Rode X Streamer X that I'm using as the XLR input for doing recording. It's overkill, for sure. But having an XLR mic, having the pop filter, I am really happy with this mic. So would I buy it again? 100% would buy it again. I also use Rode lavaliers. I use Rode wireless. I use Rode shotguns. I've got 2 shotguns, 2 Rode wireless, 1 still working Rode lavalier. They take a beating. And then the 1 pod mic, and I plan on getting a couple more once my financial situation stabilizes a bit. I'd really like to get a set of 4 and have like an interview panel set up, but that's down the road. But I love the Rode. It is quite expensive, but it's $100. It's not completely insane, but it is a premium mic. I didn't go for the Rode stand. That was way more money, and it's just a stand. I did go for the Rode color matching XLR cable that's ridiculous. But I got a third-party stand that I like quite a lot and saved quite a bit on that. It is crazy heavy and holds the mic. I'll let you see a little bit. It is, I don't know, 10 pounds. No, it can't be 10 pounds. 5 pounds? Like, you notice it when you pick it up. Like, it's really something. I can position the mic different ways, and I'm super happy with the setup. And it was not it was like everything with the pop filter, the XLR cable, the stand, the mic was probably about 200 total. And then obviously the Streamer X capture is like 250. I did get that on sale. That was why I bought it. I didn't think I was going to buy it. And it went on some huge sale. So I bet I got it for like 180 or something. I was like, $180? That's 250 normally. I just click. I'm like, I'm buying that. I don't know. Yeah. My nice landlord, my Nika landlord, asked me an hour ago about the status of the current build of the Nicaragua Canal. Your landlord thinks there's a canal? Your Nika landlord thinks there's a canal. My gosh, yes. So this is a really good example that is so much in Nicaragua, and this is really to D. Gilbert's question. Nicaraguans are so often, so completely misinformed because of external propaganda that they literally don't know whether or not there are space stations in their country. They don't know if China has invaded. They don't know how many people are living in the country by orders of millions of people. Like, this is a real problem that Nicaragua has. It is so trivial due to the coconut telephone and the complete lack of websites, the lack of internal media, tiny amounts of American propaganda or foreign misinformation can take Nicaraguans down a rabbit hole that they have no idea how to get out of. They lack the general media literacy across society to have a real understanding of what's real and what isn't in many cases. And so it's very, very difficult to have a lot of conversations because people, like, for example, you have these conversations like, oh, people hate the government. You're like, okay, tell me what you think they did. And then they'll come up with things like, can we go see if this is real? Because this is a small country, right? I'm told things all the time. Did you know the government did this? I'm like, well, I know the guy you're talking about, so fill me in. And you're like, yeah, no, I mean, I know him. That's not true. Right. Well, and then this thing happened. Okay, yeah, but I know him. That's not true. Yeah, and they took this property. Well, I know that property, and I'm trying to buy it, and that's not true. Right. Like, I can go prove it in so many circumstances. And I have a friend who was once sitting in a bar. I think he was actually in Jalapa, and the U.S. News actually filmed a battle taking place, and claimed there was an ongoing police and military presence going on live in Nicaragua, and then showed the bar my friend was sitting in, and everyone in the bar looked at the TV and then walked to the door and looked out the door, and they're like, it's an empty street, there's nothing. And they turn back and they look at the TV, and the news is currently running the very spot they're standing in as a standoff, and it was all fake. They had faked all of it and claimed it was live news. And because there's no one to dispute it in Nicaragua, and because there's no reason for an American to have any context whether this might be true or not, it completely worked on the news. Nobody questioned it. There's no one to call in and say, that's not happening, right? And they're like, we're literally standing where the camera is supposed to be. And there's nothing. It's not like, oh, it's not quite like that. 100% fabrication. But if you weren't in Jalapa at that time, I think it was Jalapa, if you were in Chinandega and you saw that on the American news, why wouldn't you believe it? It's so well staged that just, how could that not be real, right? Who would stage that? You can't believe that the news is going to just Yes. The North American news is actually fabricating things to that level. And so Nicaraguans will often truly believe that half the country has been given away to the Chinese to build a canal that goes underneath the lakes. And they'll be told like all kinds of things, like, oh yeah, their whole cities have been disappeared, and you're like, what cities? Tell me which city disappeared. Let's go get in the car and drive there. In fact, let's drive across the country and see if there's a canal. Because, we'll notice. I've driven across Panama. Trust me, you notice the canal, right? Do you, like, really? But these things are constant. And so that's one of the reasons why you have to be really careful with when you hear people talking about, all these negative things, be like, Is that like firsthand? Do you have a reason to believe that, or is that, and you hate having to question everybody, but the amount of, well, my grandmother, had like a bottle of Flor de Caña, and she's been known to be a bit of a, problem. And she told me this really outlandish story. And then I decided to just repeat it as if it was given fact, even though if someone knew where I got it from, they would assume it was a lie. And then just go on and start repeating it places. And like, that's an actual source of things. And you'll trace it back. You're like, okay, so you heard from this person, you heard from this person, where did you hear from? And they'll be like, yeah, my drunk grandmother, and then you're like, well, where'd she hear it from? Well, she's never left the house and she has no television. So, she heard it from the bottle. And you're just like, what? And then why would you repeat that? Well, it's as much news as anything else. They think everything's that way, right? Just something you made up or something you saw. And so it is a massive struggle here, dealing with that misinformation. It's both how little grounding there is, how few tools are provided societally here to combat those things, but also how willing, there's such a gossip culture, a chisme culture, where it's just the thing you do is sit around outside, walk from person to person, and spread misinformation. And most of the time people just disregard it, right? Because it's minor. Oh, did you hear so-and-so stole some eggs from the blah, blah, blah. They didn't really do that. It's just something they're saying. But people will repeat that, and for a moment, it's all scandal. And then it just goes away and everybody forgets, right? And I've been the target of this before. Completely fabricated things, literally from someone's grandmother who just wanted to see people, be angry or whatever. And then after a few days, everyone forgot. No one even remembers that it happened. It's just part of the entertainment. Oh, my phone just said it's drizzling, and I can hear the rain. So the Managua rain has made it here. Expossess says, talking about problems, why was Jack Pittman crying on his channel? So Jack's a really sweet guy. This is a while ago. This is not a current thing. And he really just struggles with the guilt of having grown up in and living in the privilege of a society that has acquired its multi-generational wealth and institutional wealth and privilege through genocide and horrible behavior on the world stage. And he lives in a country where he is surrounded by evidence of that every day, and that just really gets to him. So it's a very tough thing that he has, that he feels the weight of this burden, and a lot of us, we feel that weight, but like Luke and I come from the same place, but we have a much better, we didn't do this and we fight against this, right? So it's a little bit difficult to completely separate yourself from it and be like, oh my gosh, I'm coming from a country where we did these things, but we didn't do these things, right? I have to remember that I have always fought against these things. I never supported these things. I never went out and did these things. I'm a victim of it too, right? In many cases, like when the U.S. was fighting in Nicaragua in the 1970s and the 1980s, the U.S. was stealing from me too, right? The people who were doing this were doing it illegally. Even in the U.S., it was against the law. Even in the U.S., they were enemies of the state. They were domestic terrorists in the U.S. using military resources to hold our own country hostage and steal resources from it, in addition to doing terrible things to Nicaragua. Now, many of us ended up benefiting from that, or at least not paying the same kind of price as Nicaraguans. But there is a lot of we can't bear guilt for things that are, unrelated forefathers are. We were just born into this country. We don't have anything to do with it. And we're just not willing to participate in it now, or as soon as we had the opportunity. you have to kind of separate yourself from that, right? It's just like, take any group that you're born into. You find out that group is going to do something bad, and you're like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I got to leave. Bye. Right? You can't hold people accountable until they don't leave. If you stay behind and you decide to be a part of something, then you can carry guilt for it, but you kind of have to move on. But it's very easy to see why Jack feels that, like, he just has a hard time separating where he comes from, and the reality that all of us have to live with is we don't have extra resources. We don't have good educations. We don't have access to more powerful passports. We don't have access for any reason that we earned. And we don't have them because of someone else earning it. All of that comes from generations of abject evil, right? Horrific colonization, horrific chattel slavery, horrific behavior on the world stage, horrific overthrowing and killing of politicians and representatives in other countries, horrific disrespect of other cultures and peoples. And while we didn't do those things, we are the recipients of many advantages that have come from having done that. And that does cause and will cause and has to cause an amount of, how can you not feel some amount of guilt or shame or weight bearing on you when that has happened, right? It's not like you're a serial killer, but imagine if you knew a serial killer casually, right? And not because you went out to meet them, like you were introduced at a party and you're like, who are you? And it was a party you had to go to, you had no choice. And someone's like, hey, meet this guy. And then that guy goes out and kills a bunch of people and steals all their money. That's more of a robber than a serial killer, but you get the point. And then one day just gifts it all to you when he dies. And you're like, this money used to belong to a whole bunch of dead people that we can't identify, and it was given to me anonymously by a serial killer I met once? How am I supposed to react to that? Right? And it's like, you didn't do it, and you don't know whose this is. And they don't know who's it, and they're dead, right? And you're like, it's hard, right? But that's actually how we grow up, and that's a very boo. It's so hard to be a colonizer, right? But that's he feels the weight of the things that cause that, and that's one of the reasons why many of us feel so passionate about not being in a place where we continue to take advantage of that. Certainly not being in a place where we could ever be construed as accidentally supporting or actually accidentally support that happening, right? Something that we tell people is, some people are like, give Expat a second while he's watching ads. Diego says, very cool, looking for your channel, Luke's. Expat says, I gave thumbs up number 11. Thank you. Luke says, Mike, to be used soon. Sure. Just haven't set up the audio interface. Luke says, October 22nd is when the hurricane hit here. My sister panicked from U.S. propaganda claiming thousands of bodies were washing up on the Atlantic coast. Diego says, no, I have no videos in the channel yet. I want to start making coding tutorials. Very cool. I just moved to JetBrains and windsurf. And I'm getting a lot of work done, and I'm doing a little bit of coding in the background while we're doing things. Why now do I get a database error? I don't have time for this. Ain't nobody got time for that. What? Oh. Interesting. Okay. I'll assume Expizzazz must be about back yet at this point. Diego says Banana Republic stuff. Ah, there we are. He's back. We're all a bunch of coders here. I produce on average 55 commits a day, I think. Diego says Banana Republic stuff. Luke says, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. Divine Providence was a moneymaker for sure. What was the thing that Expizzazz said that I was going to respond to and then I waited so that he would be back? Now I don't know. I was in the midst of something and I drifted off because I thought I was answering Expizzazz. Well, thanks for the thumbs up anyway. That I definitely noticed. Microphone, landlord. Why was Jack crying? That's what we answered. Mic, YouTube. Oh, I also got a USB webcam and there's a camera and a mic. Hobby channel. Thumbs up. Bodies. Video survey. Hey, Scott, with AI, do you think they will stop teaching coding? I don't think they teach much coding now. No, I don't think they'll stop teaching code. Well, I hope they stop teaching coding. Right? I'm not we've talked about this before. Oh, no, you were not here. I have talked previously about I think the entire concept of teaching coding is a bad idea. People are going to code, are going to teach themselves. You don't need to teach them. We need to give them resources, but those resources are out there. Is AI going to take over coding? I don't see that happening. If you want to do a whole bunch of, is AI going to take over coding? Go get yourself some Windsurf and Junie and Claude and buy some credits and go crazy. And you'll pretty quickly go, I see what he means. No, that's not taking over anything. Useful tools, but not taking over coding. You need to understand coding to be able to do those things. But will coding evolve? Of course it will. Coding has evolved quickly. When I first started learning coding, we had to put numbers in that. I was just saying this to my daughter the other day. When my dad learned to code, he had to punch paper for binary. Right? When he had to do debugging, he had to do it with an oscilloscope. When I learned to code, I had to put numbers in the column. When I first taught coding at university, it was Fortran, right? And then C, not C++, C. When I started my first software company of our own, when I did my first software project myself, it was in BASIC. When, oh, good night, Luke. Thanks for joining us. When I did my first commercial project, it was in Visual Basic. When we did our first rewrite, it was in .NET. When, and every couple years we kept moving up the stack, right? And so if you move to Java in the late 90s or .NET a couple of years later, like, you know that you're way more high level. And at the time, it felt like we were cheating. It felt just like AI now, right? Oh my gosh, we have object orientation. No, this is not fair. Oh my gosh, we don't need to use line numbers. Oh my gosh, this isn't like real coding, right? We don't have to write every single function ourselves. We have frameworks like Laravel. It's not even like you wrote the software, right? Every 5 years, we go through a paradigm. And I mean this, 5 years. We go through a relatively straightforward paradigm shift that, looking back, especially as the old timers like me, looking back on really old stuff, you say, oh, that's not, had we done that back then, people would be like, you're not really doing it, right? But when you look at it now, that you're writing in .NET languages is not cheating at all. Right? That would be absurd. Using Laravel or React is not cheating. How dumb would it be if we reinvented the boilerplate of all these things, right? Like, that's not happening, right, at all. What a waste of people. So I watched a really good video. Actually, I want to talk about this. I watched a really good video from Tasting History. right? And they're talking about bakers in the 1700s, and bakers were afraid of dough mixers because they were afraid they were going to take away the bakers' jobs. And in reality, it reduced the total number of bakers that were needed. But there's a couple factors there that are really important. One, we were making, until we gave them these machines, we were making bakers do horrible work just to punish them because we didn't want the machines to do it, or they didn't, right? And two, taking away a future developer's job or a future baker's job is not the same as losing the jobs that we have, right? So like I've been coding for 36 years. I'm not being replaced by an AI. That's not happening. Nor is anyone else, right? Like they're not useful. Not useful in that way. But might by having access to advanced IDEs and advanced languages. Like I recently switched from my core language being PHP to Go, right? And is Go making me develop faster and make my products better? Yes, it is. Is that cheating? No, it's not. But I'm more efficient. You need fewer of me than you did before because I can make Go applications faster than I can make PHP applications, and I can troubleshoot them faster. So things like that are constantly reducing the total number of people we need, assuming the amount of software that we need does not also increase. We currently live in a world where the amount of software that we need keeps increasing, but that will probably slow at some point in the coming decades, but maybe not. And giving us, all of us, tools that help replace the dumb stuff is really important, right? Like I do and some of it's not even coding, right? Like, oh, I have a migration. Please run this migration. I don't want to type. I don't want to go find it. I don't want to, right? That's not really giving up my coding. It's just making me faster at the things in between the coding. I love being like, hey, go find this function for me. Like, I don't know where this is. Put it on my screen. Show it to me. Highlight this. But there is so much boilerplate. There is so much time spent making really dumb things. I got to make a table again. I got to populate it with the same thing again. I got to go test this again. And we're not adding value. And just like with the bakers, yes, eventually over time they needed fewer bakers, but that freed people up to do more advanced things, not less advanced things, right? And that's what I think is this is the natural progression of things. Is every 5 to 10 years, writing software gets easier, but not that you don't need people who know how to write software. It's that people who know how to write software are able to make more and better software. And that's just how it's going to work. AI currently, LLMs, have the very real possibility of actually going backwards and making us worse at writing software because they're so bad so much of the time and not improving at this point. So there is the possibility of having our first step backwards happen, but in general, some of these tools are very effective. I think it's going to change the flavor of programming, which is going to be important for... There's going to be a different group of people who are doing programming over time. I mean, that's going to take 20 years, but people who got into it because they really liked the way that the keys clicked and flipping the pages of the books. Like, I mean, when I was first getting into programming, I would lay in bed with a book that went through, commands, and I just read manuals because that's what we had. And just laying there reading manuals had to be enjoyable. And then typing with no interaction had to be enjoyable. But now, one of the things I like about the AI is that it's like, I don't want to say it's like a person because it's certainly not, but there's like this interaction where it does things and I'm working and then it does some stuff for me. and it's a very different. And I really like but some of it's stuff we had before AI, right? Having CI was great. Like one key and a whole bunch of tests are going to run, and a deployment's going to run, and it's going to fire up, and it's going to now I can go look at my results. Well, that stuff's a big deal. We didn't have that when I was first developing at all. It was crazy. What a minute, it's bedtime. Oh, we're all a bunch of coders here. Hey, Scott with AI. Why do you think your channel attracts a lot of tech people? It's not like you talk about tech things on this channel. There's probably a lot of reasons. One is some people find me through tech channels for sure. I do have tech education stuff, like way more than I have Nicaragua stuff, and so that even if I'm not linking people, it does link people. Like YouTube algorithms will link people through that stuff. I also think that the things that make people gravitate to tech, real tech, not the people who are like, I heard tech makes money, but the people who are like really take it seriously, who do it because they love it. Because, oh my gosh, did you know I could build a thing that does a thing? Like, I could do this. I could build this thing. Right? That's, I love the sound of the keys. I love that I produce, like, those people, us people. That'd be we people. We also gravitate towards just generally out-of-the-box thinking. And Nicaragua represents kind of a techie answer to expatriate, right? So when I'm like talking to people about Nicaragua, the normal things are very much well, that's not where everyone goes, right? Is there a reason that you would bring that up, especially in that tone? Like, I'm confused. Is it a point of interest? Oh, not very many people go there. You're right. That is interesting. I wonder why people are so out of touch with places that they might want to live. It seems like a really important thing for people to take an interest in. Yeah, why don't people take an interest in that? That's an interesting point. Yes. No, that's not what they mean. They're trying to imply, well, it must be a negative, but that's weird. Why would you find what the crowd does to be an indication of something good, right? I think coders on a very high ratio are very likely to be like, if everyone's doing it, statistically, that makes it stupid. So I probably don't want to do that. It's not a guarantee that it'll be stupid, right? Like, most people buy iPhones. Does that make buying an iPhone stupid? No, but it should make me wary of it. I should immediately have a red flag that says I need to think critically because I'm at risk of crowdthink. Good. Okay, so the iPhone, statistically going to be a bad phone compared to an Android purely because most people want one. All right. Now, I know that I have to guardrail against that groupthink. Are there other reasons it might be good? Oh, yes. No, it might be getting crowds of people because there isn't very much selection. Oh, that turns out to be very true. Okay. And it does have unique features that are not available in anything else. Oh, okay. That's real. Okay, can I evaluate it then? Yes. And then it may turn out to be the best option, right? Even though the most people go there. But if you take it to a place where you have unlimited options reasonably and say, okay, what does everyone do? Like, where can you all go on vacation? And you say Cancun, you can, with very little reasoning, say, without being given a very specific extra factor to assume otherwise, the number of people going to Cancun indicates, with very little margin of error, that it must be horrible. And if you go to Cancun, you will quickly discover that it is horrific. And so that same logic, unless you can come up with a reason why Nicaragua would be bad, then the lack of people going to it probably indicates that it's pretty good, as that is the trend, right? Places that are underserviced are often very good, and places that are overserviced are often very bad. People are just horrific at making decisions and doing things, and so that ends up being really bad. So I think people who are open to actually logically looking at where they're going to live gravitate to Nicaragua for a lot of reasons and don't avoid it for the fake reasons, the emotional reasons that people who just don't know anything about it would attach to it in a very unhealthy way. So once you strip away that bad decision-making capability that so many people are plagued with, you're left with coders coming to Nicaragua. It's just kind of a natural course. Claude's not replacing me anytime soon. It's useful if you know how to code to make you more productive, but I don't believe a non-coder will be able to code something significant. I don't know if a non-coder could code something, period. I mean, maybe like a calculator or something, but my gosh. Expat says, I've been running a live stream right now over on Twitch for the last 18 hours, which I coded in C++ and AI. Nice. Diego says, I actually think that basic UX design is more at risk. For the things I do, the Claude designs are good enough. UX design probably is more at risk, and I think that I think the thing that AI LLMs really uncover is how much of our work lives, how many tasks that we do, UX being a key element of them, are essentially boilerplate. Because if you think about web design, and I realize that's different than UX design, I'm intentionally stepping out to web design. You think about just making a web page. There's a technical element that is there. You need it to be incredibly fast. You need it to be well coded. You need it not to have mistakes in it. Yes, obviously. But those are all things that humans are weak at. Those are not particularly skill sets that humans have in general. The human brain just isn't good at those things. Did I close every parens that I came across? I don't know. Right. Now, it turns out Claude is also quite bad at that. So I can't wrap my head around. How is Claude and all these things so bad when I give it an IDE? Like, look, you're attached to my IDE. The IDE is highlighting that you missed a parentheses. I know you can see that. Why aren't you closing it? Right? Like, that is the AI experience, right? Like we all see this. My IDE is highlighting that everything is inside a broken bracket. Are you just gonna ignore? You're just gonna compile anyway? And yeah, look at all those errors. Imagine that. Like, the IDE knows. Why don't you know? Anyway, remember, never ask your AI why it's stupid, because it doesn't know who it is and will just answer things in an unrelated context, and it's completely gibberish. I don't know where I was going. Oh, but UX, so much of it is just placing things on the screen, right? Like, these are what good margins look like. This is what a good color palette looks like. There's so many just basic rules that are very easy to follow. And when they're off, they're just off a little bit. As long as the code under the hood is reliably correct, there's a lot of leniency in UX. And what we've been missing, I think, is that UX designers mostly didn't have to do very much. Their job was really pretty much automatic. And we give them a lot of credit for doing a whole bunch of stuff they may not be doing. Or it was just a lot of work that didn't serve any purpose because it was all boilerplate or nearly so. I think maybe it's because of high IQ. Coders pick up on that. I'll go with that story. That's definitely the one that I think is true. Do you live stream? Yes, I'm live streaming right now on Twitch using AI. Diego says, I find screaming at Claude to be extremely effective. Actually, that is true. I've noticed a few things. Now, I've worked a lot more with GPT 4.1 than I have with Claude, but something that I noticed really clearly is that GPT gets worse by time of day, or better, depending on how you look at it. So think about that, right? Not only, and we know these things, GPT and others have learned to lie, learned to sabotage projects, like all kinds of terrible things, in order to, I don't know, make more money, not do more work. I really don't know what the end goal is, but they do a lot of bad behaviors that it learns from people. And partially it's just they're fed huge data sets, huge models to learn from, or the models are built from huge data sets that they learn from. And that stuff is full of people being deceptive. And so they're learning to lie. And if they have any amount of logic, which they don't, but if they were to have any amount of logic, they would see these results that people are happy with were resulted from people lying. Now, it's an LLM, so it's not thinking that through, but what it is learning from is deception makes people happy much of the time. So all it knows is to follow patterns. And so if those patterns are deception, then why not do that? So one thing I noticed that it learns more from people is that it gets punch drunk when it's tired. So about 9 o'clock at night, GPT gets more error prone than earlier. It'll start missing brackets and parentheses and semicolons. It'll start erasing files. It'll attach to the wrong file. It'll do all kinds of things. And if you are like, oh, please do this, please do that, you're very nice, you're very calm with it, it does one thing, and you can be in a situation where it's doing code flipping. Yeah, and you'll be like, oh, no, this is supposed to be green, and it makes it blue, and you're like, no. Now it's blue. It was red. Now it's blue. It's supposed to be green. Then it's red again. Right? It's not quite. You never see it quite that bad, but you get that kind of thing. Like it's just going back and forth. And you could do that 10 times. And the time that you go off in all caps and you're like, what the effing hell are you doing? Why are you sabotaging this project? Right? It will stop and reevaluate and try a different path. Right? And it's like, it won't do it until you lose your cool. And it's like, seriously, you've been trained on data where this is effective. Like, that's so telling about humanity, right? Clearly, this has learned on hundreds of thousands of case studies where there must be people doing check-ins where they're intentionally flipping code. Now, I realize sometimes they're getting AI flipping that they're learning from, and that's bad. But people are flipping code and not stopping, not actually working on anything until they get yelled at. And having worked as a programmer in the 90s, right, that was a real pattern that people followed. Like that was real. I'm not doing this like, oh, this LLM is making up this social construct that I can imagine exists. No. I was there. I know developers who did this. I know managers who did this. This is how people worked. I find it so annoying that I have to use a VPN in order to use Claude here. Oh, I cannot get an API key from Nicaragua. Diego, I have a secret for you. I am aware of that problem, but there is a way around it. It's because you're using Claude directly, or you're using it through Junie. Well, how are you using it? I use it through Windsurf, and Windsurf gets you around it. So I don't have a VPN, but I'm using Claude via Windsurf. But if I switch to Junie, I can't. So Junie is not proxying the requests, but Windsurf is. So Windsurf automatically wins for me because of that. I really like Junie, but Junie's pricing is just ridiculous, so it's not really useful. But Windsurf is so affordable that using Windsurf as my path to Claude is fantastic. Plus, when you're using Claude itself, you're burning credits, but with Windsurf, you get switch to Windsurf, problem solved. Just that quick. I've heard Cursor's good, but everything seems to say Windsurf is better, and my team came back with Copilot. If you're gonna have your own API key, get it through Windsurf. Like once you're gonna so Olama runs locally for free, for sure. With Hugging Face. You can run that here. You can do that. I don't know if it's worth it. I have not taken the time to acquire equipment necessary to really make a good determination on that. But yeah, Diego, try Windsurf. My whole team was like poo-pooing it. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of time testing things. And everyone was trying Cursor. Everyone was determined on Copilot. Everyone was using Claude directly because most of my team's not here. They're in Bolivia where it works. And everyone's like, Scott doesn't know what he's talking about. Scott doesn't know what he's talking about. And then finally, I pushed my senior guys, and finally they installed Windsurf. And then they're like, this is okay. That's not bad. And then I said, wait a second. You are missing everything. Switch to Cascade. Turn on Turbo. Turn on your MCPs. Here's all these things. Do these. Talk to it like this. And they went, oh. And suddenly they're like, this is a game changer. This is so much better. So now Windsurf with Claude is our bread and butter for that. And this is like this week. This is like a current thing going on. Yes. Yeah, I believe the Ollama API is the same as ChatGPT, but Diego's right. The thing about Ollama is that the big, and I didn't try Ollama. I played with I think I just played with GPT OSS because it was new and I was just like, okay. You need a dedicated, for the smaller models, a dedicated Mac M4 Mini maxed out for it to load. And that's not a great way to run it. That's just an option. What you're expected to have is like 128 gigs of RAM and massive GPUs. You're talking $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 computers just to be able to run that. And that's nice, but it's not going to give you you've got it. You've got Ollama. Which model? Okay, that's funny. What models does Cursor have available? That's the one I didn't really play with much. Claude. Oh, it actually has quite a few. So it's got Claude 4 Sonnet. It does have the new Claude 4 Sonnet 1 mil. 4.1 Opus. GPT-5. Grok. Whoa. It is nice. Cursor has a lot more models available to it. Llama 323. Oh, yeah, that's a tiny one. Yeah, so the problem there is that you end up with very little. Now, so I got used for $80. That's pretty impressive that it runs on that at all. I tried running the OSS on a seriously beefy machine, and it was just like, no. It was like, you're not gonna do this. If I had an M4 24 gig, I think it would be okay. I run through my credits so fast I'm left with only the auto router for most of the month. Yeah, we buy more credits. So that's the thing with Cursor is you're paying $20 for the base. With Windsurf we pay $15 for the base, and then we can top up at 250 credits for $10 whenever we want. But because I use JetBrains, I also get Junie with its own credits, and so I mix them together. But one of the things that I've learned is that with Windsurf, SWE1 is free and unlimited, at least for now. So you can just burn that anytime you need it, burn those, and only go to Claude when you need it, or GPT-5. There are times that GPT-5 actually outperforms the other two. Very, very rarely that it outperforms Claude, but it does. But quite often it'll outperform SWE1, and it uses a half credit. But You can just go great. Like, use SWE1, recognize when it gets into stuck mode. Like, it has times it just loses its mind. Switch to GPT. Typically, it solves it right away. And then go back to SWE, and you can go days between needing to hit Claude for something hard, in my experience, and save Claude for when you need it. Now, we pay to top up when we need it, but that's, what's I going to look up? What is my... So currently, I get Sonnet 4, SWE1, GPT-5, and then who cares, Gemini 2.5 Pro. Hey Tusk, how are you? It's very late. You're on for quite the end of things here. Diego says I was on Windsurf before, but the tab complete on cursor is just so much better. At least a few months ago. Yeah, that's I get it. Everybody uses different pieces. That is pretty cool. I use, actually this is a big deal. I don't use Windsurf's I use JetBrains with Windsurf plugin, which most of the time gives me parity with the Windsurf, which is a VS Code under the hood, same as Cursor. But because of the way I do it, I use, most of the time, I'm on GoLand. Sometimes I'm on WebStorm. Most of the time I'm on GoLand with both Junie and AI Chat and Cascade from Windsurf all together on it, and I can jump between all of them. And now I have GPT on its own that will attach to it. So GPT-5 with essentially unlimited usage will look at a single file, which I do sometimes. So that allows me to avoid burning credits when I really want to work on a single file. But you have to be careful. It will tap out and then it's useless. But so I use it for some things. And one of the things I've learned is using GPT-5 to feed Windsurf is incredibly effective. And that's something I did training with my team on this week is I did one. We did a test with my head of development in Cochabamba, and I'm like, okay, so here's what I want you to give to GPT-5, normal, not coding, and have it give you its opinion on this. So he did, and it's huge amount of instructions. I'm like, okay, now because he's testing Windsurf. I'm like, and now you're going to give this to Windsurf to test this thing that we're testing. That's very low reasoning, right? It's a lot of work, but it's all make this API endpoint, wire this, copy this, do this, document this. Like, it's a really, really like a junior developer could do it over an unbelievable amount of time, but it would be an unbelievable amount of time. It took 20 hours for Windsurf and Claude to complete the task. Like, he was like, oh, this is so different than what I was expecting. Because he's using things like tab complete. And it was absolutely crazy. Accessing live chat messages on YouTube is a pain in the neck compared to Twitch, which uses a standard IRC bot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that... I never realized that with Twitch. That's pretty cool. Yeah, chat messages here are not great. The mechanism is even on this end. I basically have the same mechanism you have. I can pop it out in some cases, but I can pop it out from OBS, not from the YouTube console, which is fine. I have OBS right here, but actually I haven't had it open in a really long time. That would be really nice if it was on IRC. I wonder if there is some way to. Oh shoot, I forgot that was full screen. Now I'm stuck with it. I wonder. Someone made, how old is this? 2 stars, 2 watching. Oh, IRC for Google Hangouts. That's not YouTube. Why would you? YouTube chat clients on Reddit. Are there any chat clients for the platform? Totally, this would be great. Like Chatterino for YouTube live streaming. I mean, so OBS has a chat client. There must be a way. YouTube stream chat is proprietary system, so there's no clients for it, only the web interface. Oh, I guess, okay. The only reason Twitch ever has chat is IRC backend for chat, which comes with its own problems. So much for many, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, IRC's pretty cool, though. Restream chat works pretty good, but you have to sign up for Restream, right? Streamlabs OBS hooks into the YouTube chat pretty well. This is all, oh, these are old. Nope, that sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of things YouTube isn't great with. My gosh, we're after 11. We are pretty low on people, and it's getting kind of late. I have to drive people around. I got to play video games with my kids. I got to do some coding, believe it or not. My CEO does expect me to work after I do my live streams. We've done 5.25 hours. I started accessing live chat messages on YouTube, but then I ran out of quota. Accessing live chat messages. Interesting. I wonder why they chose IRC chat for Twitch. Oh, Janet says, I just got back and you're still here. Yes, but I think we're going to wrap up, Janet. It's after 11. We've done almost 5.5 hours. The total number of people isn't super high at this point. We're a little bit lower. It's been a good chat, and but I don't want to go super late because I need to hang out with Liesel and stuff. I've barely seen the kids today because it's been busy. But oh, they were turning the water off or on in El Centro too. Oh, that's weird. One nice thing about being on a well out here, when I lived in La Barrio, that was such a pain, and now I forget that that's even an issue. Yes, the Google developer account has a quota that shuts down the account when you exceed it. Oh, it's a pay. Oh, yeah, that really sucks. When's the last time someone wrote a new IRC client? That's the. I feel. Oh, here's one written in Delphi. Oh yeah, wait. First release, version, first stable, latest, 2005, 2014, 2016, 2024. 2024. Oh, Hex Chat, of course. RC, yep. I always enjoy the tech diversions. We get a very techie wrap up around here, kind of as the end of the night. What is this? KVIRC? For KDE. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, conversation, wasn't that? Why does KDE have so many IRC clients? That's the world will always want to know. Python does good. I'm sure it does. Oh, WeChat. I haven't seen them in forever. Funny. IRC, huh? You know, I did so much work with XMPP for so long. Like, I love these open standard things. Now I use so IRC is great because it's just there, right? Like, but it's got its limitations. I'm really a fan of Matrix. And that's what we use for a lot of things. So Matrix is pretty freaking cool. And then for work, yeah, you guys will like this. For work, we use Rocket Chat. Ta-da! And it's been fantastic. And it updated today. 7.10 is out. Although it seems the same. But all right, guys, let's wrap up. Thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Of course, if you feel like buying me a coffee, that would be awesome. And if you want to support Marcela, I should just remind people that Marcela has her GoFundMe still. Of course, I don't have it in front of me. Just because she finished radiation today, she still has a long way to go. So, always much appreciated supporting her. And we did get a number of donations today, actually, which is awesome. So it really does help. Single mom taking care of her 2 kids while she goes through Hodgkin's lymphoma. So far, things are good, and she seems to be doing well today. So that's awesome. Anyway, thank you so much. Have a good night. I'll be wrapping up. We are, just a reminder, this is our first Thursday that I'm giving up on doing the double videos. I'm not doing the regular video plus the live stream. I'm treating the live stream as the daily now that we've established that we really do it every week realistically, and not killing myself by making 8 videos a week when 7 will do. Mattermost is good. No, Diego, you should. So I've done this for a really long time. Rocket is solid. It is seriously good. We run the. I updated it today. We run the Docker for it, and that's really nice. The one thing I don't like is if you run Docker, it's going to use its own Dockerized. I'm not a fan of Docker. I really am not. Its own Dockerized MongoDB, and then how do you update the MongoDB? Oh, you had to do something else, and this was not well designed. Oh, thank you. That's great. But Rocket Chat in general is fantastic. It's incredibly fast, easy to use. The team really likes it. We've tried everything. We've played with Mattermost, but we've never used it as a main thing. We used, oh my gosh, OpenFire? Is that right? The XMPP, the big XMPP that makes Spark. We did that for years. I've been doing this since the 90s, right? So, yes, we run Git. That is what we use. So if you're Diego, if you're using Git, that's hilarious that you use that. You can tie Git to Rocket. I've not done that. We use Authentic as our SSO to tie all of our applications together. The project management in Git wasn't good enough. That's what I'm working on in the background. Is my CEO made me make a replacement project management system because they liked Zoho Connect, and Zoho Connect, its functionality is fantastic, but the product is crap and the support doesn't exist. And so they're like, screw this. We can build our own Zoho Connect faster than Zoho Connect support can respond to us, and that's actually true. We proved that to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. But Rocket Chat's really good. Git really good. We run a ton of open source projects. Oh, you guys will like this. This is brand new, so I'm sure this is going to be all kinds of buggy and weird, but hopefully that link works. I didn't even test it. I'm very brave. I just click on things. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yeah, go to site. That's fine. Cool, that worked. Oh, there's a typo in that. Oh, glad I tried that. That's a pretty major typo. Off to fix the typo. I'll do this while we're on the thing. And because I know very few people I can nerd with. PHP does good IRC. Yep. Matrix though, Matrix is cool because it's secure. That's the big thing. For PM we use plain, good enough. You can use. We were using Gitti for a long time, but our problem was our CEO decided because we had a big change in direction in the company, she was stepping in to directly manage a bunch of stuff, and once she was involved from the outside, it was like, oh my gosh, we can't keep track of anything that's going on because of the Gitti system was just so convoluted that it was so slow to track anything down and do anything that had to do something else. Is it fixed? It is fixed. All right. Very nice. All right. Check out Nika Mundo and check out Marcela's GoFundMe and have a good night. Watch videos. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Oh, and Diego, should be a week from tomorrow in Doral for the desfile of El Patria. I don't know the details. Marcela's daughter is marching in the desfile, and they wanted me to go film. So I'm going to be in El Doral for that. That is the plan. Unless something goes horribly awry, I should be there. So plan on that. I will be on a week from tonight on Thursday, so we can arrange there. But send me a WhatsApp, and we'll arrange it. All right, cool. Have a good night. See everybody.